Chapter 1866. As the Venerable Su Yin spoke softly, he casually revealed some startling secrets. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt somewhat shocked, unable to recover his wits for a while. It was understandable that the Kasayapa Buddha dual cultivated the demonic Tao and martial Tao. If one understood the Buddhist scriptures, one would know that Buddhism was emotionless. If not for the Kasayapa Buddha cultivating demonic Tao cultivation techniques, he would not have left behind Buddhist Tao martial techniques that countered demonic Tao cultivation techniques. It was impossible for the Kasayapa Buddha to appear out of thin air. One had to know its origin and understand its principles. However, this Kasayapa Buddha was too far away from Shaoqin. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything. The main reason was the blood-soaked martial emperor. Right now, a strand of the blood-soaked martial emperor's remnant soul was in Xiao Chen's body. No wonder the blood-soaked dragon emperor quickly fell asleep after waking up. It must have had something to do with Xiao Chen entering the demonic Tao. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused now. The blood-soaked dragon emperor entered the demonic Tao. The Qing emperor entered the demonic Tao. Eventually, Xiao Chen also entered the demonic Tao. Was there really fate in the unseen world? This was too much of a coincidence. The reviver of the blue dragon race was destined to enter the demonic Tao. When Xiao Chen suddenly thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If not for the enlightenment he gained when he faced the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he would not have been able to escape. If not for the enlightenment he gained when facing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he might have ended up on the same path as the Qing Emperor, sinking into the demonic Tao. Unknowingly, he would have taken the same path as the Qing Emperor. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to walk out in the end and figure out his own heart. What was even more unexpected was that the last person was related to Xiao Chen. The creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique actually dual cultivated Buddhism and the demonic Tao. Furthermore, he caused the Black Lotus Church's decline. What was more terrifying was that this person was actually the Black Lotus demonic ancestors' reincarnation. What I told you are secrets and taboos. Little friend, do not spread them, the Venerable Su Yin instructed softly, his tone grave. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and nodded. I understand. However, the first two people already told me their identities. This third person is Patriarch Black Lotus's reincarnation. Why didn't he tell me his identity? Venerable Su Yin smiled faintly and said, Benefactor, you really listened carefully. This third person's identity is very complicated. His descendant now has a powerful faction. It's better not to know about it, lest we get into some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, this person can be considered to have realized his mistake and turned back. It's really rare. So mysterious? The more this was so, the more Xiao Chun felt curious about the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, since Great Master Su Yin did not say, Xiao Chen naturally would not ask. Venerable Su Yin smiled and said, My obedient disciple, you have taken care of me during this period. You obtained a great, fortuitous encounter. As your master, I do not have any gift to thank you. I can only bestow you a finger as a token of my sincerity. Xiao. Right after Venerable Su Yin spoke, he tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with his finger. An extremely vast energy poured into Xiao Chen's body. Kacha-kacha! Xiao Chen's bones crackled like soybeans being fried, crackling nonstop. After a while, when Venerable Su Yin released his finger, Xiao Chen immediately felt refreshed, and his body became much lighter. What was more pleasant was that he felt his physical body break through some kind of shackle. With a thought, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Vital qi surged like a surging river or the sea. Xiao Chen easily gathered 25 cauldron force. This Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Venerable Su Yan's finger helped him break through the bottleneck of 20 cauldron force. The rest was flat, saving Shao Chen a lot of effort. Whoosh! Shao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt that some of the hidden ailments in his body vanished with his finger. What was even rarer was that Venerable Su Yan's finger contained a Buddhist might that was extremely compatible with the Mahesvara Buddha's, Sarira's Buddhist nature in Shao Chen's physical body. This invisibly raised Shao Chen's Buddha nature. This gentle finger was truly wondrous, benefiting Shao Chen greatly. Thank you, Senior. Shao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Venerable Su Yin shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. It is far inferior to what you gave Yanqin. I'll give you another page of the Hidden Spirit Temple's golden letter. In the future, if someone from the Buddhist sect makes things difficult for you, you can take it out." When Shao Chen received it, he discovered that it was not much different from the one that the Venerable Xianbei gave. However, the inscription was changed to the Hidden Spirit Temple, which immediately changed its value. Its rarity was no longer the same. It's time to go our separate ways. You still have some secrets on you. Although I didn't look at them, I still have some secrets. Although this old monk did not look at them, I can sense that they are an untouchable and unexplored power. They are very precious. Venerable Su Yun bowed with one hand as a form of farewell. Shao Chen entered deep thought. There are still secrets. Is it because of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation? Shao Chen could not be bothered to think too much about it. He kept feeling that the secrets of immortals were too distant from him, so he did not want to touch them. Big brother, I'm so sad. I wonder when we will meet again. The little monk appeared somewhat sorrowful. Such an expression on his tender face was simply too cute. However, when the little monk thought of something, he gently rubbed the demon blood vulture's head. Then he smiled and said, "Silly bird, I see that your comprehension ability is pretty good. Come back to the temple with me and enter the Buddhist sect. In the future, you can be a protector holy beast." It was rare for the little monk to pet it like this, scaring the demon blood vulture significantly. Its body immediately shrank and turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then it took the initiative to turn into a ring on Shao Chen's finger. How can this great me become a monk? Even if you beat me to death, I will not do it. Master, please don't give me away. I will even be a cow or a horse by your side. The little monk nearly caused the demon blood vulture to crumble. When it heard that Shao Chen wanted to go to the Hidden Spirit Temple with him, it immediately became frightened. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Little monk, stop scaring it." Yan Chen's lips curled up as he said, "I am giving it an opportunity. Forget it if it doesn't want to." Shao Chen looked at the Venerable Su Yin and said, "Honestly speaking, the little monk has karma with me. I also thank Venerable for taking care of the little monk for the past 10-odd years." The Venerable Su Yin narrowed his eyes and smiled. This old monk understands what benefactor is saying. He is the blessing of my Buddhist sect. How can I not take good care of him? Benefactor, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Hidden Spirit Temple as a guest. Not long after Shao Chen parted reluctantly, another honored guest arrived at the courtyard that had been deserted for a long time. It was the Soaring Dragon Marquis, accompanied by Long Yen. However, Lan Luo was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the other party's expression, Shao Chen knew that it was time for him to leave. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was here to send off the guest. "Young Master Shao, it is time to send you to the Divine Dragon Empire," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said in a respectful tone. Shao Chen said politely, "Thank you, Lord Marquis." Please, there were some things that the two already knew. Monarch Yu's matter was already settled. Along the way, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was very polite to Shao Chen. If word of the Soaring Dragon Marquis personally giving it to a junior got out, the entire Soaring Dragon Marquis would be shocked. after boarding a Marquis residence's warship. Xiao Chen's group left the Marquis residence and flew out of the city. From the start to the end, Lan Luo did not appear. Xiao Chen could not help feeling that it was unfortunate. This is fine as well. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. There were some feelings where rejection would hurt, but acceptance would hurt even more. The Marquis residence's warship flew increasingly higher. The soaring dragon Marquis 8 grew increasingly smaller in Xiao Chen's eyes. This parting would not last long. Xiao Chen believed that he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty. This short stay was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He did not get to experience the vast Yanwu dynasty at all, the dynasty's outstanding talents, and the sect elites. Xiao Chen did not get to see any of the legendary monarch experts. This was very unfortunate. However, he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty sooner or later and meet the true elites and outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen wanted to experience the resplendent and dazzling, outstanding talents of this age of the martial Dao. The soaring dragon Marquis stood beside Xiao Chen. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I was the one who watched you perform your saber that night." Xiao Chen was not surprised. Only a few people in the Marquis' residence had the strength to approach him without him noticing. "I did not mean to injure Lord Marquis. Please forgive me." The soaring dragon Marquis' lips curled up in a smile as he said, "However, it has been many years since anyone managed to injure me. Although I was careless, I cannot deny your strength. If possible, I would really like to keep you in the army and make you my general." After gaining the soaring dragon Marquis' recognition and high regard, Xiao Chen felt rather happy. "Many thanks for Lord Marquis' praise. It is just the truth. It is not really a praise." As Xiao Chen watched the city get further away, the land before him grew increasingly desolate. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Where are we going?" "The military camp." Chapter 1867. A military camp? Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. Could it be that the transportation formation to the Divine Dragon Empire is in a military camp? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's eyes, the soaring dragon Marquis explained, "The dynasty's transrealm transportation formation is controlled by the Yan Emperor Palace. They allow entry, but not exit. The access requirements are very high, and the number of times it can be opened is limited. Although I can use it, it will be somewhat problematic if I bring you along. After thinking about it, I brought you to the military camp, using the transportation formation of my Scarlet Blood Army." Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, "There are transportation formations in the military camp as well?" The soaring dragon Marquis replied calmly, "That is natural. The formation masters that the dynasty's Tai institution raised were not raised for nothing. They weren't raised for nothing. They had invented a portable teleportation formation a long time ago. All they needed to do was prepare a few specially made war chariots. When you want to use it, you just need to insert the formation flags and activate it with spirit jades. When the battle starts, we can retreat, and it's also convenient to deploy troops." The soaring dragon province was the northernmost province of the Yanwu dynasty's 108 provinces. The soaring dragon Marquis' clan had been generals guarding the borders for many generations. Historically, there had been an ancestor of the soaring dragon Marquis who had been conferred the title of Marquis of a different surname. However, among the 108 marquises, the soaring dragon Marquis still held military authority. They held high authority and were rather special. This was why Duke Yin favored the soaring dragon Marquis and wanted to marry him. Upon hearing the soaring dragon Marquis make it sound so serious, Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was still a need for war. Xiao Chen asked casually, "The Yanwu dynasty is so strong. Are there still enemies who dare to offend it?" The soaring dragon Marquis showed a grave expression as he replied softly, "The Central Great Realm is not as peaceful as you imagine. The age of fiendish demon chaos was long ago, only recorded in ancient books. However, the last war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions was not that long ago, just 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, although the Yenwu dynasty is strong, it is vast and boundless. There are always places beyond our reach. Take the North, for example. The greatest enemy is the innately warlike and uncivilized barbarians. They frequently harass the borders. The place where the barbarians are established is a dangerous environment. Poisonous gas pervades the air, and spiritual energy is thin. It's hard for dynasty to unleash their advantage in numbers, so we can't eliminate them. If we let Yan Huang lead the troops personally, it would be too much of a fuss. It's obviously not suitable. The soaring dragon, Marquis, paused for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, "However, although the barbarian race is troublesome, it is not a great threat. After all, they are just a group of uncivilized barbarians, and they will not amount to much." From his words, it seemed like there was an even more terrifying enemy. That was the real threat. Xiao Qin didn't ask any more questions. Below him, he could already see the barracks. Ha! 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 At the garrison, there were soldiers drilling in formation. Waves of loud shouts, full of energy, gathered together. His voice shook the heavens, and vaguely, there were even strange phenomena accompanying it. It made people feel dizzy, and the blood in their bodies flowed faster. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. These soldiers were all elite martial artists. Although their cultivations were not high, they were still extremely powerful. However, there were many of them, and every one of them was a decisive killer. Boundless killing intent was hidden within their bodies. Under the unified training, their essence, qi, and spirit condensed into one. Their chests filled with a breath of air, and they shouted and roared at the same time. Their voices were vast and mighty, and their auras rushed to the clouds. These soldiers were not a motley crew. An individual's martial prowess seemed insignificant before the sea-like aura. As Xiao Chen observed the scarlet blood armies drill below, he somewhat overturned his traditional understanding of the army. Originally, he believed that no matter how many major primal core venerates there were, they would just end up being slaughtered when they ran into a holy venerate. No matter how many came, they would all die. The dynasty's army was a dispensable existence. It did not have much meaning. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat different now. There were so many venerables. When they were polished into a steel lion, they had a terrifying cohesiveness, strong willpower, and a murderous aura. When combined, just the shouts of essence, qi, and spirit, and the gathering of qi and qi could scatter a holy venerate's attack. Before such might, a lone holy venerate seemed too insignificant. Furthermore, they could lay formations, use war chariots, and use formation flags. After many years of bitter training and killing, they forged a true army of tigers and wolves. Any powerhouse who saw such an army would have to retreat. After thinking about it, this was actually the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Something that looked insignificant could change qualitatively when it reached a certain amount. The Scarlet Blood Army was at the border, a desolate and uninhabited place. The environment there was very harsh. Occasionally, officers organized soldiers. They entered the surrounding mountains, hunted ferocious beasts, and trained the soldiers. The Marquis' residences, warship, slowly landed. A large number of warships were parked here. Their banners fluttered in the wind, looking very majestic. Lord Marquis, first young master. The moment the Marquis stepped out of the warship, a group of armored generals immediately walked over with large strides. The generals had to straighten their backs and walk with heavy steps. When they walked, their armor clanged against each other. The soaring dragon, Marquis, nodded indifferently. Then he said, casually, Long Yen, bring Xiao Qin to take a look around the army. Then send him off. Don't delay him. Yes, father. The soaring dragon Marquis looked like he still had many things to deal with. After giving some instructions, he left in a hurry. The group of generals hurriedly followed and reported what had happened recently. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp, so he heard some of it. Lord Marquis, the underground demons have been appearing frequently recently. It is somewhat strange. I feel that we need to bring some people to sweep them out. It is almost winter, and those barbarians are not behaving. They tried to cross the border several times, and many of our brothers died. The royal court's recent supplies have not arrived yet. We have to send people to rush them. These were all important military matters. That group of people walked hastily, moving further away. Soon, Xiaoqin could no longer hear anything. Long Yen said, "Young Master Xiao, if you are in a rush to leave, I can bring you directly to the transportation formation. If you are not in a rush, you can also take a look around the army." Let's take a look, then. This was Xiao Chen's first time entering a military camp, so he felt somewhat curious. Normally, a military camp would not allow outsiders to view its important places. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not treat Xiao Chen as an outsider and was exceptionally kind to him. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not miss out on such an opportunity. Being deep in a military camp, Xiao Chen could not help but compare it to a martial Dao sect. In a certain sense, the two were somewhat similar. They were both places where cultivators gathered. However, the difference was also very clear. The greatest impression that Xiao Chen got from the military was the exceptionally strict discipline. Every soldier was like all sorts of precise components. Only when they were combined could they bring out their greatest might. They did not allow any mistakes to occur in any of the segments. Under such circumstances, uniformity stifled individuality. Clearly, it was not suitable for the inheritance of the martial Dao. However, an individual's strength and willpower would improve rapidly in the midst of killing. However, one's comprehension ability and spirituality might be slowly erased in the army. In comparison, sects had a lot of freedom and emphasized individual martial prowess. Regardless of the rank of the various large sects, their structure was very similar. Through the selection of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and true inheritors, the most outstanding ones would be picked out. This ensured that the people with outstanding talent and comprehension ability could stand out and bring out their potential to the greatest extent. Just in terms of the martial Dao, sects were clearly more suitable for inheritances and could produce powerful experts more easily. This was also the reason why many nobles would send their children to sections. Comparing the two, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Both had their reasons for existing. 10-odd war chariots formed a procession on the main road, attracting Xiao Chen's attention. The war chariots carried corpses, the trophies of the soldiers. Unlike the ferocious beasts from before, the corpses on these war chariots were all humanoid corpses. More accurately, many of them were the scaled monsters that Xiao Chen met in the thunderclouds that day. Xiao Chen pointed to the corpses on the war chariots and asked, "What are these?" Long Yen looked in the direction that Xiao Chen pointed and explained, "These are a type of underground demon, flood dragon humans." Underground demon? That's right. Back then, after the fiendish demons were defeated by the sages, they vanished without a trace. However, the descendants of the fiendish demons survived and occupied the abyssal underworld. This is also commonly known as the underground world. These descendants of the fiendish demons are collectively known as earth demons. Long Yen nodded and continued. The abyssal underworld has a total of 9 layers, inhabited by 9 underworld monarchs. The lower you go, the more horrifying the strength of the earth demons. They possess the blood of fiendish demons and startling comprehension abilities. They cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques and have many advantages. As they slowly lay dormant, they actually developed. By the time the righteous Dao awakened, they had already become a faction that could not be easily destroyed. Speaking of which, They are a much greater threat than the barbarian race. Fortunately, the 9 great underworld monarchs have their own conflicts, and the underground world is not peaceful in the first place. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. The central great realm was indeed much larger than he imagined. Just this soaring dragon Marquis was just the tip of the iceberg. The things that Xiao Qin saw already dazzled him. However, why do I feel that aside from the blood of the fiendish demons, these flood dragon humans also have the aura of the dragon race? The topic returned to the flood dragon humans. This was what Xiao Qin was more concerned about. Upon hearing that, Long Yen looked at Xiao Qin, feeling it strange. He asked, "You don't know?" Xiao Qin felt bewildered. What's with that expression? It's like I have to know. Is it strange that I don't know? Long Yen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I saw that you also have the dragon race bloodline, so I thought you would know about this." Back then, the dragon race's Black Dragon King led his subordinates and defeated the 9 great underworld monarchs. He became known as the Supreme Underworld Monarch and unified the abyssal underworld for the first time in history. This should be something that everyone in the dragon race knows about. Its influence is very deep. So that's the case. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. A regular dragon race cultivator should know about this. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not. No wonder Long Yen revealed such a surprised expression. Back then, the dragon race cultivators that followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld became the strongest of the earth demons. After the baptism of the underworld river's water, they became flood dragon humans with both the blood of the fiendish demons and the bloodline of the dragon race. When the Black Dragon King was alive, these flood dragon humans naturally enjoyed great fame and prestige. However, now they have become the lowest existences among the earth demons. Long Yen caught his breath and continued, "When the Scarlet Blood Army swept through the underground world, they killed the most flood dragon humans." For some reason, when Xiao Qin heard this, he felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he was also a member of the dragon race, but when he saw how miserable these former members of the dragon race were now, he felt some compassion. The Black Dragon King was a mixed-blood dragon in the first place. Many of his followers were mixed-blood dragons as well. Even in the Divine Dragon Empire, they were at the bottom. At the same time, Xiao Chun thought of the seal in the underground dragon city in the soaring dragon great realm. He thought of that senior's words. The Black Dragon King would appear within 100 years. Chapter 1868. What happened? Long Yen asked in confusion when he saw that Xiao Chen was deep in thought. Xiao Chen said softly, "I thought of something and I've seen enough. Let's go." "I still haven't asked, where can the Army's transportation formation send me?" The two chatted as they walked. Long Yen said, "The furthest it can go is to the borders of the Divine Dragon Empire. After that, you can cross a desert and enter the Divine Dragon Empire." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Then he said sullenly, "There's no other way. Directly teleport into the Divine Dragon Empire?" Long Yen shook his head and said no. Only a transrealm transportation formation can do that. The transrealm transportation formation is controlled by the Yen Imperial Hall. Hence, it will be somewhat difficult. However, it will be more convenient for you to go to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chun thought about it and felt that it was okay. Even if Xiao Chun could teleport to the Divine Dragon Empire, he did not know which city he would end up in. Xiao Chun knew too little about the dragon race. After slowly familiarizing himself with it, he had to properly plan how he was going to walk the path of the dragon clan. Boom! At this moment, the ground trembled slightly. A war chariot was carrying a mountain-sized rock beast. He slowly drove towards the military camp, escorted by thousands of people. Enthusiastic cheers sounded in the barracks when they saw the huge beast enter. Xiao Qin could not help but take a few more glances. That's a hill giant demon, a holy venerate level ferocious beast. It is said to be unrivaled among its peers. It is worshipped by the northern barbarians as a divine beast. Usually, killing this kind of ferocious beast signifies a great victory against the barbarians. A smile appeared on Long Yan's face as he explained to Xiao Qin. The atmosphere in the military camp made Xiao Qin a little envious. Live and die together, advance and retreat together, share the glory with your son. We're here. I'll get someone to set up the formation. A moment later, the two came to an open space in the army. Long Yan called out, "Hua!" 38 war chariots came from different directions at an extremely fast speed, like flowing lights and phantoms. After a few breaths, the chariot was pieced together to form a Dao platform with complicated runes. So. Many martial artists flew out from the war chariots, holding war flags that shone with radiance, and inserted them into the Dao platform. Immediately, flowing light overflowed in all directions. 38 white rainbows descended from the sky. Auspicious energy swirled in the air, and a rain of flowers bloomed. A Taoist gate rose up from the center of the garden and stood erect amidst the rain of flowers. The teleportation array, which should have been incomparably complicated, was constructed so easily and quickly. It was indeed an eye-opener. Xiao Qin didn't have time to continue admiring it. He had to go on the road. This is some information on the Divine Dragon Empire. Father has been collecting it for you. There are also maps and some spirit jades. You might need them on the way. Before leaving, Long Yan handed over the items that the soaring dragon marquis had prepared for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin didn't stand on ceremony. After accepting it, he cupped his hands and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it. See you later." Xiao. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Qian's body was as light as a swallow. Dressed in white, he slowly entered the gate of Dao. Her movement technique was elegant and light like a dream. It was just like when Xiao Qin was in the Yanwu dynasty. With a gentle tap before ripples could appear and Xiao Qin could appreciate the boundless charm of the dynasty he left. Xiao Qian's trip to the Yanwu dynasty came to an end. Half a month later, a vast, boundless desert appeared before Xiao Qin at the border between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Yanwu dynasty. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Black clouds spread out, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Xiao Qian was about to enter the dragon race's territory, but the weather was not good. This was rather strange. It rarely rained in the desert. Once it did, it would last for several months, even half a year. The sudden heavy rain and bad weather seemed to foretell a bumpy road ahead. As Xiao Qin looked at the desert amid the heavy rain, he felt rueful. Counting carefully, it had already been 4 years since he left the abandoned land, the Kunlun realm. After 4 years, he was finally about to step into the dragon race's homeland. The promise he made to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace flashed before his eyes. When Xiao Qian thought about it, a clear scene appeared in his mind. It seemed very close yet very far at the same time. If the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate disciples knew that Xiao Qin was about to step into the Divine Dragon Empire, what would they think? If those old friends of his knew that Xiao Qin had already gone very far, they would probably wish him well. In a short 4 years, Xiao Qin advanced from a veritable essence stage disciple to a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Xiao Qian finally gained the qualifications to step into this central great realm and compete with the most resplendent, outstanding talents of this era. The effort and sorrow that Xiao Qin had put in were hard to imagine. Xiao Qian walked step by step with trepidation. He had suffered humiliation, suffered disdain, fought schemes, and struggled to survive in the hands of holy venerates. Today, the dragon returned to its homeland. Xiao Qin finally arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. Instead of riding the demon blood vulture, Xiao Qian walked to this desolate desert that belonged to the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the start of the next part of Xiao Qian's journey. As Xiao Qian draped a conical bamboo hat in the heavy rain, his steps were steady and his eyes were resolute without any hesitation. When the heavy rain stopped, Xiao Chun walked and stopped, calming his emotions in the heavy rain. At the same time, he checked the information that the soaring dragon marquis left for him. Right now, the Divine Dragon Empire's territory was about 1% of the Yenwu dynasties. Of course, that only included the central Great Realm. It did not include the other subordinate realms of the dragon race outside the central Great Realm, just like how the soaring dragon marquis had the soaring dragon Great Realm. The Divine Dragon Empire had many subordinate realms. However, compared to the Yenwu dynasty, its population was somewhat pitiful. The Yenwu dynasty had tens of billions of people, but the Divine Dragon Empire barely had 100 million. This was mainly because only cultivators with the dragon race bloodline could be considered part of the Divine Dragon Empire's population. The 8 great empires were all like this, founded on bloodlines. For the sake of maintaining the purity of their bloodlines, they maintained their independence and did not accept outsiders. The 4 dynasties were more casual. Aside from cultivators, they also had a large number of ordinary people. The empires could not compare to the dynasties in terms of population. The Yenwu dynasty had 108 provinces. Each province governed 100 counties. The size of a county was almost the size of a large world in the outside world. The Divine Dragon Empire had only 7 provinces. The 6 color divine dragons each ruled a province, and the Dragon Emperor ruled another province. Aside from this, there were many independent counties scattered throughout the empire's territory, managed by the dragon race factions with slightly lower bloodlines. Overall, the Divine Dragon Empire had about 1,000 counties. Unlike the dynasties, the 6 colored divine dragons were like feudal lords within the dragon race, possessing strong independence. For example, even the Dragon Emperor could not interfere with the internal affairs of the white dragon race. The Dragon Emperor was revered as the dragon god, the leader of the dragon race in name. Right now, the Dragon Emperor did not have as much authority as the dynasty's Holy Emperor. However, he controlled an additional province. Furthermore, with the title of Dragon Emperor, he still wielded great authority. Right now, the Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon Race's clan head of the 6 colored divine dragons. He had already been on the throne for 1,000 years. The Golden Dragon Race was currently the strongest and noblest bloodline in the dragon race. Based on the soaring Dragon Marquis information, the dragon race determined status and rank based on bloodline. The Golden Dragon Race was undoubtedly the top bloodline. Next were the remaining divine dragons without bloodlines. Next were the cultivators with only true dragon bloodlines. Furthermore, the dragon race bloodlines were extremely thin. There were all sorts of them, and they were collectively known as mixed blood dragons. If one's background was not good, it might affect their future. Although there were some mixed blood dragons who managed to turn the tides and held high positions in the empire, they were known as heaven dragons. However, this did not change the fact that the dragon race, which was the most populous, had low status. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not like the idea of a hero being determined by one's background and bloodline. However, what surprised Xiao Qin was that even the soaring Dragon Marquis information did not mention the blue dragon bloodline. The information that the soaring Dragon Marquis could collect in the Yenwu dynasty was already very high. However, the soaring Dragon Marquis still could not find any information on the blue dragon bloodline. In the end, it was only in an unremarkable corner. The blue dragon bloodline was once the strongest of the dragon race. Now it no longer exists, and the details are unknown. The words were blurry, and Xiao Qin only read one sentence. Soon, it was the introduction of the other dragon race. Xiao Qin had accidentally overlooked it. The rain had not stopped yet. Xiao Qin closed the information. Under the heavy rain, he felt somewhat lonely for some reason. After so much difficulty, he arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, not a single member of his race was here. Even the people of the dragon race did not know that the blue dragon bloodline once existed. The dragon returned home with lofty aspirations. However, in this nation of 1,000 counties, the blue dragon bloodline only exists. Only I exist. Chapter 1869. Heavy rain fell in the desert for a long time. However, the heavy rain would eventually stop. 2 months later, the sky cleared up, and the temperature of the desert experienced an extreme change. The dry air and high temperature were unbearable. However, the desert before Shaoqin seemed to come to life. Perhaps what the desert needed wasn't heavy rain or water, but the blazing sun and endless heat. Only in such an environment could the desert exude its true charm. Shaoqin took off his conical bamboo hat and put on his white robes, walking in the desert like an ascetic monk. When the desert truly came to life, its ferocious and scary side appeared before Shaoqin. Huge cactuses covered in sharp needles suddenly came to life and attacked him. Venomous lizards came out of the desert, or scorpions that Shaoqin could not shatter even after infusing great Tao energy into their bodies. Several dangerous situations nearly claimed Shaoqin's life, making him exceptionally cautious. Whoosh! Shaoqin drew the tyrant saber, and a dreamy purple saber chi shot out like a rainbow, piercing through the sun. Shaoqin fought with a four-legged colorful lizard. Shaoqin had seen this colorful lizard before. He did not know what kind of ferocious beast it was. He only knew that it possessed ferocious combat prowess and startling defense. Its body constantly gave off a tiny amount of poisonous powder. When mixed with the air, it was colorless and odorless, catching people off guard. It could even penetrate veritable essence energy shields and permeate the skin. The first time Shaoqin entered a dangerous situation was because of this colorful lizard. Shaoqin had not expected the poisonous powder's penetrative power to be so terrifying, numbing his body and slowing his movements. He had nearly been eaten. Fortunately, at the last moment, Shaoqin activated his blue dragon bloodline. The instant his combat prowess soared, he instantly killed this colorful lizard, saving his life. If not for the blue dragon bloodline, Shaoqin really would have died here. After that, Shaoqin became more cautious, preserving half of his veritable essence energy to protect his body at all times. Clang! After 100 moves, Shaoqin chopped off the lizard's tail. In pain, the lizard burrowed underground and fled far away. Shaoqin could not be bothered to give chase. He sheathed his saber and revealed a doubtful expression. Zhang Xian took out the map and examined it carefully. He suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction. According to Long Yan's instructions, there shouldn't be too much danger in the desert. Strange, I almost lost my life a few times, and you call this not dangerous? Shaoqin put away the map and compared it with the route. After confirming that he had not gone the wrong way, he shook his head and continued on his way. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped sharply. After Shaoqin laid down a simple defensive formation, he continued cultivating the demonic cloud art. He felt that there was still some distance to the first layer of the demonic cloud art. If Shaoqin did not make any progress in the demonic cloud art, his cultivation would remain at small perfection middle stage star venerate, unable to advance any further. Primal, chaos, true essence had to be cultivated together in order to increase one's realm. In the middle of the night, Shaoqin suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with a demonic aura. He had been targeted. This was an instinctive sense of danger. Shaoqin thought about it. He had killed many beasts in the past few days. Perhaps some overlord-class ferocious beasts smelled the baleful aura of ferocious beasts on his body. Or perhaps he accidentally entered the territory of some ferocious beast. Or perhaps he cultivated the demonic cloud, heaven swallowing art, and some ferocious beasts with a strong demonic aura sense the demonic aura. Everything was possible. What Shaoqin needed to do now was to deal with the changes by remaining calm. Holding the tyrant's saber by his hand, Shaoqin carefully looked around. He extended out his spiritual sense and did his best to search for the hidden, ferocious beast. Sometimes the most terrifying thing was not the strength of the enemy, but the danger and craftiness of the enemy. The enemy was good at hiding and enduring, catching you off guard and dealing a fatal blow. How crafty! The instant Xiao Qin opened his eyes, that ferocious beast sensed that it was exposed and carefully hid. However, Xiao Qin could sense a pair of cold eyes staring at him in the darkness. Where is it? Where is it? Xiao Qin quickly turned his head and saw a silver figure flashing on a distant sand dune in the boundless night. When Xiao Qin focused his gaze again, he could no longer find that silver figure in the darkness. How fast? No, it did it on purpose. Xiao Qin's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling light appeared above Xiao Qin's head. It illuminated the dark night as clearly as if it were daytime. That resplendent light contained a frightening amount of energy that stirred up boundless gales. The wind was so strong that even space distorted slightly. Even Xiao Qin's movement technique was greatly hindered. Boom! In the next moment, this resplendent moonlight landed where Xiao Qin had been standing. A terrifying pit immediately appeared in the ground, looking as scary as a planet crashing into the ground. A horrifying shock wave radiated in all directions. Xiao Qin could not dodge in time. The shock wave struck him, sending him flying back like his bones were falling apart. When Xiao Qin landed, horror spread in his heart. If he hadn't dodged in advance, he would have died on the spot. Not even his dregs would have been left. That silver figure clearly let Xiao Qin see it on purpose to attract his attention. What a crafty, ferocious beast! Its scheming was truly frightening. Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled. When the dust settled and the huge pit appeared before him, he felt even more shocked and horrified. Whoosh! Before Xiao Qin could catch his breath, a beam of silver light flew at him, arriving before Xiao Qin in the blink of an eye. Dang! Xiao Qin drew the tyrant saber, and the purple blade blocked this beam of silver light. A strong force bounced back from the silver light. Xiao Qin's right palm cracked, and the tyrant saber nearly flew out of his hand. This time, Xiao Qin clearly saw that what appeared before him was a silver fox, a desert silver fox. This desert silver fox did not have the nimbleness and elegance of an ordinary mountain fox. Instead, it had the ferocity of a desert fox. As it looked at Xiao Qin, its cold eyes contained a strong murderous intent. Aside from the murderous intent, there was also a greed for prey, an overlord-level, ferocious beast. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. An overlord-level, ferocious beast was practically unrivaled in the same cultivation realm. The desert silver fox before Xiao Qin was such a star, venerate, overlord-level, ferocious beast. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be very difficult to kill. Most importantly, this desert silver fox's craftiness and scheming already showed its effects. Before the fight started, it injured Xiao Qin, gaining the initiative. Whoosh! 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 After gaining the initiative, the desert silver fox lunged at Xiao Qin, trying to exaggerate Xiao Qin's injuries. Xiao Qin showed a sullen expression, maintaining a calm state of mind as he continuously retreated. Although the desert silver fox did not look large, each of its attacks contained tremendous power. Xiao Qin infused 2 strands of great Tao energy into his saber. However, he could only barely block, unable to gain the upper hand. As he retreated, Xiao Qin's injuries worsened. Whoosh! Whoosh! The desert silver fox's speed increased, and the sound of it tearing through the air became sharper. This extremely sharp fox cry spread in all directions, causing a commotion. When the many ferocious beasts in the desert heard this cry, they fled in panic. Clearly, This desert silver fox was normally a tyrant in this area, shocking everyone. If this continued, Xiao Chun needed to surpass the desert silver fox in terms of speed. He could not let this desert silver fox drag things out. He had to end the battle quickly, resolving the mundane. A swastika shot out from Xiao Chen's forehead, releasing a boundless and ferocious Buddhist might. Instantly, Xiao Chun resolving the mundane. His face remained expressionless, and a huge Buddha image appeared behind him. An eternal saber light flew out. This was Xiao Chen's strongest killing move, ruthlessly chopping down. This was the first time the desert silver fox, which held the advantage in terms of strength, was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Blue dragon divine wings. The wings on Xiao Chen's back spread out, and he used the thunder great Dao to drive the might of the tyrant saber in his hand. The purple saber immediately burned with a hazy purple flame. The thunder great Dao energy filled Xiao Chen's body. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen shouted, and the thunder great Dao energy in his body burst out. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the blue dragon divine wings to execute the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. With a thought, he executed the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. The instant electric light exploded in Xiao Chen's body. His figure flickered. In one breath, 81 saber lights burst out of the desert silver fox's body. With the assistance of the blue dragon divine wings, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not need to focus more veritable essence energy on speed, allowing it to become even mightier. The desert silver fox howled in pain as it fell to the ground. Saber lights continued to pour out of its body. Blood flowed out endlessly, and its life force drained continuously. With Xiao Chen's desperate counterattack, it sustained severe injuries. Then, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and took out the god's shadow bow. Then he infused his soul energy into it and fired an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow immediately nailed the fleeing desert silver fox to the ground. A miserable shriek came from the desert silver fox's mouth, sounding exceptionally miserable in the night. The might of the god Shadow Bow's arrow was horrifying. Xiao Chen put away the god's shadow bow with a slightly pale complexion. Overlord-class ferocious beasts were indeed hard to deal with. Xiao Chen checked his injuries. Aside from the damage to his internal organs, his will of soul was also injured. This desert silver fox was much stronger than that monarch-yu. They were on a completely different level. The desert silver fox's life force drained rapidly. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He gently pushed off with his feet and arrived beside the desert silver fox. This desert silver fox's smooth fur flickered with a faint glow in the night sky, looking very spiritual. If not for the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand revealing its true form and driving it with the thunder great Dao, it would have been very difficult to penetrate the desert silver fox's defense. Xiao Chen thought about it. If he made a robe out of this desert silver fox's fur, it would be incredibly gorgeous. It would definitely be incomparably gorgeous. And with the support of the array formation, it was completely a natural Dao artifact. After many years, it might even become an inherited Dao tool or even go further. The desert silver fox's injuries were significant. However, the harvest was huge, not to mention its fur and bones. Just the beast core was worth cities. After being struck by the god shadow bow, the desert silver fox's life force completely drained away. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow. Then he tried to pull it out. However, just at this moment, the desert silver fox's closed eyes suddenly opened. A boundless fiendish light came from its eyes, looking exceptionally eye-catching in the dark night. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from the dead silver fox. A loud bang rang out. The desert silver fox's body suddenly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge creature. 6 long tails appeared behind it, soaring into the clouds. Damn it! Xiao Chen's face sank. He got tricked again. This desert silver fox was too crafty. Chapter 1870. The dying silver fox suddenly turned into a towering colossus. Its 6 silver tails extended into the sky. A boundless might burst out of the silver fox, shaking the sky. Xiao Chen was already sufficiently careful. After resolving the mundane and thunder dragons, 9 transformations were struck. He even used the god shadow bow, a soul tool. Even without using the heart flame, 1 arrow from the god shadow bow could severely injure an ordinary holy venerate. For a silver fox that was on the verge of death, it was even easier. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, even so, this silver fox still managed to trick Xiao Chen. Buddhist major magic skill, Dharmic world. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his physical body turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and clenched his fist as he charged forward. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers crackled like thunder. The force of his punch reached 25 cauldron force, shaking the clouds. Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. The moment the silver fox changed, he executed Dharmic World, preventing the other party from trampling him to death. However, Xiao Chen was still too slow. The silver fox that successfully tricked Xiao Chen struck Xiao Chen's chest with its claw. The silver fox took the initiative to attack Xiao Chen. Pain! 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 Not only did the punch miss, but the other party even struck his chest. The pain made Xiao Chen suck in a breath of cold air, and he clenched his teeth. The sound of wind rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as his body flew back like an arrow. The Dharmic world's 3,000-foot Dharmic body slowly disappeared under this heavy blow. Whoosh! After retreating 50 kilometers, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and looked up. The 6-tailed silver fox in the sky was incredibly huge. When he looked at it, he felt very insignificant. Pu ci. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled even further. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that while this silver fox's aura looked extremely horrifying, it seemed somewhat weak. Final radiance of the setting sun. These words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, reigniting hope in the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen. If this silver fox remained this strong, Xiao Chen would not be able to defeat it in his current state. However, since this was just the final radiance of the setting sun, it was worth a gamble to see who could survive to the end. Hua! The 6-tailed silver fox howled at the sky, opened its mouth, and sucked hard. A powerful suction force spread out in all directions, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged toward the silver fox. It formed a whirlpool and spun around the silver fox's mouth. A circle of energy appeared in the mouth of the 6-tailed silver fox. In the center of the vortex, it became more and more resplendent, like a demon fox swallowing the moon. Kill! This demon fox really wanted to kill him. It had to kill him no matter what. It wanted to devour his flesh to replenish its injuries. Either you die or I die. Xiao Chen roared at the sky. At this moment, the blue dragon bloodline was fully activated. The ancient blue dragon divine might spread in all directions. The dragon's might almost materialized into a flame that soared into the sky. Xiao Chen's heart was as cold as water. He allowed his killing intent to spread out in all directions. Buddhist 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen shouted, and his left hand moved nimbly. Killing chi filled the air like formless water. As Xiao Chen's nimble fingers moved, the killing chi in the air changed wantonly, taking all sorts of forms. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. When the 7-kill seal formed, at this moment of life and death, Xiao Chen's irritable heart calmed down. It was clearly the Buddhist 7-kill seal that made the killing chi in the air even more terrifying. However, It made Xiao Chen's mental state incredibly calm. It was like he was just a bystander, coldly watching the killing chi in the air, watching this battle of life and death. Boom! When the silver fox sensed the sevenfold killing chi after Xiao Chen activated his blue dragon bloodline, its movements paused, not daring to drag this out. The six-tailed silver fox lowered its head and roared at Xiao Chen. That resplendent energy ball looked like a bright moon falling to the ground as it smashed toward Xiao Chen. The bright moon did not shine. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up a sandstorm, covering the sky and sun as it flew out in all directions for 500 kilometers. Kill! Xiao Chen snorted coldly and drew his tyrant saber. The sevenfold killing chi gathered on his saber. Without needing to drive it, a surging saber intent appeared on the saber. As Xiao Chen soared into the air, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Using his great, desolate Ian physique, he gathered the sevenfold killing chi and executed Flying Sky Falling Moon. Flying Sky Falling Moon. A saber light flashed, and Xiao Chen chopped that bright moon-like energy ball in half. Moonlight spread out, and when it landed on the ground, it blasted out hundreds of thousands of huge pits in the desert. The boundless desert became a scene of desolation, and the terrain changed drastically. Die. While the blue dragon bloodline still had one breath left, Xiao Chen unfurled his blue dragon divine wings. Then he soared into the sky and landed, turning into a beam of azure light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, blood spurted out, and the six-tailed silver fox's head flew off. However, before the six-tailed silver fox could land, its six huge tails swept toward Xiao Chen at the same time. Boom! The blue dragon bloodline slowly receded, returning to Xiao Chen's physical body. This strike knocked Xiao Chen into the air. After Xiao Chen landed, he felt the world spin around him. Everywhere he looked, the scene turned upside down, and everything turned blurry. Xiao Chen felt a splitting headache. His eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain, and he could not control them. Demon blood vulture, protect me! Xiao Chen instructed in his heart. Then he could no longer hold on. He stumbled and fell to the ground. 3 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. 50,000 kilometers away, a group of men and women appeared on a rather tall sand dune. When this group of people climbed the sand dune and looked down, they were all stupefied. They saw huge pits tens of kilometers wide in the boundless desert before them. The area within 50,000 kilometers was a scene of desolation. Terrifying killing chi and fiend chi still lingered in the desert. The entire terrain had been completely changed. There were deep pits everywhere, and the ground was sunken. With one glance, everyone felt deeply shocked. Six-tailed heavenly fox. Someone practiced an eye technique and possessed astonishing vision. When he saw the huge corpse of the six-tailed silver fox, his expression turned incredibly shocked. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox? The moment this person said that, the expressions of this group of cultivators changed somewhat. The six-tailed heavenly fox was an overlord-level star venerate ferocious beast. Regular holy venerates would find it difficult to defeat. It was an absolute tyrant in this area. More importantly, this six-tailed heavenly fox was cunning by nature and very hard to kill. If it encountered an existence that was stronger than it, it wouldn't show itself at all. If it targeted an existence that was weaker than it, it would never fail. There was a saying in the desert, "When you see the six-tailed heavenly fox, you are already dead." Don't get any ideas. Since you discovered the six-tailed heavenly fox, it must have been intentional. However, at this moment, the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox appeared before them. Furthermore, this was a scene of desolation. The 50,000-kilometer-long sand pit was shocking. Could it be that someone fought with the six-tailed heavenly fox and killed it? Or was all this an illusion created by the six-tailed heavenly fox? After all, The six-tailed heavenly fox was famous for its cunning. Senior sister Tang, senior brother Deng, there is another corpse over there. At that moment, the cultivator who had mastered the eye technique uttered another shocking statement. The leader, a man and a woman, exchanged glances. Shock flashed in their eyes. This group of people were dragon race cultivators with the dragon race bloodline. They came from the same sect and were here for experiential training. Should we go and take a look? The man with the family name Deng asked softly as he looked at the woman with the family name Tang. A fervent look flashed in his eyes. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox was priceless, inestimable. Unexpectedly, there would be such a harvest when he brought his junior brothers on experiential training. This was truly surprising. The woman with the family name Tang was called Tang Dan. She looked gentle and had a gentle temperament. However, she was very cautious when doing things. She did not lower her guard because of the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse. Senior brother Deng, let's go and take a look first. If there is no danger, we can bring our junior brothers over. How about that? Tang Dan suggested softly as she looked at the man with the family name Deng. Sure. Whoosh! The two gently pushed off with their feet and flew close to the desert like roaming dragons. As their bodies rubbed against the air, the two burned their protective veritable essence energy. From a distance, they looked like two roaming dragons flying at lightning speed in the air. They were as fast as lightning, like rainbows. After about 7 minutes, the two landed beside the six-tailed heavenly fox with grave expressions. It really is the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox. Seeing was believing. At this moment, they could clearly feel the lingering fiendish chi and resentment of the six-tailed heavenly fox. They had no choice but to believe it. Senior sister Tang, look at the wound on its neck. The man with the family name Deng pointed to the neat wound on the six-tailed heavenly fox's neck, and his expression changed slightly. What a fast saber! Tang Dan could not help exclaiming when she saw it. This saber strike was extremely fast and boundlessly sharp, containing a strong saber intent. A scene appeared in her mind. A bladesman holding a saber flew over in the night sky. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber in his hand, turning into a saber light that illuminated the entire night sky. The saber light flickered. In the next moment, the six-tailed heavenly fox's head fell from the sky. The man with the family name Deng released a safety signal, and the other dragon race cultivators rushed over. When they saw the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they all sighed. Senior sister Tang, this person does not seem to be dead. Just at this moment, someone discovered that Xiaoqin was not dead. However, his aura was extremely weak and hard to detect. What? Tang Dan's figure flashed, and she had the others move back. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen's pale complexion. There was no life force flowing in Xiao Chen's body. He did not seem alive. Let me take a look. Tang Dan showed a cautious expression as she carefully walked over and placed her hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. Chapter 1871. Tang Dan placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. This fellow is quite lucky. To think that he could survive the six-tailed heavenly fox's attack. He has delicate features and looks quite young. I don't know where it came from. A group of people looked at Xiao Chen and discussed him. They were very curious about him. Senior brother Deng. At that moment, the man with the surname Deng felt that something was strange. He walked over from the six-tailed heavenly fox's side. He had a smile on his face. It was clear that he was in a good mood. When he saw the strange expression on Tang Dan's face, he asked, Senior sister Tang, what's wrong? Tang Dan did not let go. She said somewhat uncertainly, this person's body, his body has dense demonic chi. He is severely injured. It looks like he fought with the heavenly fox. He must have fought for a long time to leave behind such injuries. Furthermore, he is a bladesman, so it is very likely that the underlying meaning was clear. It was very likely that the six-tailed heavenly fox had died at this person's hands. Right after the man with the family name Deng spoke, the smile on his face immediately vanished. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. This six-tailed heavenly fox must have died at the hands of some expert." Furthermore, that expert did not care about the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse at all. He left behind this mess and left in a hurry. Look at this person. No matter how I look at it, he is just a middle-stage star venerate. How could he kill the six-tailed heavenly fox? The man with the surname Deng showed a decisive expression, insisting that the six-tailed heavenly fox was definitely not killed by Xiao Qin. The reason for this was simple. If it was killed by Xiao Qin, then this six-tailed heavenly fox would no longer be ownerless. I feel that what Senior Brother Deng said makes sense. Even a holy venerate would find it hard to kill a six-tailed heavenly fox. How could it die at the hands of a star venerate? It's an overlord-class ferocious beast, after all. Furthermore, it's the cunning and troublesome six-tailed heavenly fox. It's really impossible. Won't we know after waking him up? Some people agreed with the man surnamed Deng, while others suggested that they should save Xiao Qin first. However, it immediately caused another round of debate. That's not good, right? If he really did kill him and his character isn't proper, then we'll be caught in our own web. That's right. Master has also warned us not to trust others easily when we're outside. But I can't just stand by and watch him die. The group of people argued endlessly, but could not come to a decision in the end, not knowing what to do. Most importantly, Tang Dan's words had caused this simple matter to become complicated. Everyone has their own selfish motives. If Xiao Chen was just an ordinary person, saving his life in passing wouldn't be a big deal at all. However, if he really killed the six-tailed heavenly fox, it would affect the distribution of benefits. It would be hard to avoid a grudge. Let's just kill him with one strike and pretend that he's already dead. A trace of killing intent flashed across the eyes of the man surnamed Deng. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, looking like he was about to attack. The others were shocked by Senior Brother Deng's actions, but they didn't refute him. "Stop!" Tang Dan's expression changed slightly. She shouted coldly, "What are you doing?" He also has the bloodline of the Heaven Dragon. He is of the same race as us. The Heaven Dragon lineage is weak to begin with. How can they kill each other? How can they watch others die? As soon as he said this, the others were speechless. The man surnamed Deng's face was gloomy. He curled his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything and didn't push the matter further. However, no one noticed that just now. A faint red light flashed in the ring on Xiao Chen's finger, disappearing in a flash. Let's dissect the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse first. We'll keep its fur, blood, and bones. Let him keep the beast cores. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be too much for us to take them away. The others had no objections to Tang Dan's arrangement. They could all accept it. Of course, this did not include the man with the surname Deng. He was rather displeased, but Tang Dan had a righteous cause, so he could only endure it for now. After feeding Xiao Qin a medicinal pill, Tang Dan infused several wisps of true essence into Xiao Chen's body, triggering the circulation of his own true essence. This way he could recover faster and was more effective than any medicinal pill. After doing all this, Tang Dan said, "This person is severely injured. He will not wake up for a month. The two of you take care of him." All right. It was clear that Tang Dan held high prestige in this group. No one dared to object to what she said. That's all for this experiential training. We'll return immediately. After we return, check this person and see if he joined the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Senior Sister Tang, we have not completed our mission yet. I will explain the mission to Master. Since the beast died 20 years ago, the Flaming Cloud Desert has become exceptionally dangerous. It is not advisable to split up two people to continue taking risks. Their lives are more important than the mission. Oh, the group did not hesitate. After dissecting the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they returned. When the man with the surname Deng saw the others hand the beast cores to Tang Dan, displeasure flashed in his eyes. The six-tailed heavenly fox's beast cores were worth cities and extremely rare. Late at night, the man with the surname Deng opened his eyes. When he saw that Tang Dan was already in closed-door cultivation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The man with the surname Deng stood up and headed for Shaoqin. Two dragon race cultivators stood guard beside Shaoqin, chatting softly. Senior sister is really kind. If it were me, I would definitely not save him. That's true. One six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core can be exchanged for several true dragon grade blood transformation pills. As long as I have one true dragon blood transformation pill, my strength will probably increase by 20%. I heard that the disciples of the other palaces receive true dragon blood transformation pills as a reward. That is nothing to them. So senior sister is right. Our heaven dragon bloodline is already weak enough. How can we just watch him die? The man with the surname Deng walked over expressionlessly and said, "Go and rest. I'll guard this person." When the two heard this, they quickly stood up and said, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Deng. In that case, we will take our leave first." "Go then." After the two left, the man with the surname Deng's expression suddenly turned sullen. As he looked at Shaoqin, a murderous intent reappeared in his eyes. Those two earlier did not know how valuable the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was. It was not something that could be exchanged for a true dragon grade blood transformation pill, but a divine dragon grade blood transformation pill. If you die, then so be it. Why are you still breathing? How meddlesome. The man with the surname Deng cautiously looked at Shaoqin. Then he bent over and placed his hand on Shaoqin's pulse. The man with the surname Deng wanted to shatter Shaoqin's internal organs and end his life force. He wanted to aggravate Shaoqin's injuries and make it look like he died of natural causes. "I'm sorry," the man with the surname Deng said sullenly and prepared to make a move. "What are you doing?" Just at this moment, Shaoqin suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly as he looked at the other party, "You." This startled the man with the surname Deng. He had not expected Shaoqin to wake up so suddenly. After the shock, the man showed a ferocious expression as he said, "I want you dead." However, just as the man was about to use his veritable essence energy to shatter Shaoqin's heart meridian, he was horrified to discover something. At some point in time, Shaoqin had grasped the man's pulse with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! A weak but incredibly tyrannical strand of veritable essence energy entered the man with the surname Deng's body through the heart meridian. The man with the surname Deng immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. He could not help screaming in pain. This scream sounded exceptionally ear-piercing late at night, startling everyone. "What's wrong?" Tang Dan asked with a frown as she led a group of people over. "He wants to kill me," the man with the surname Deng said as he let go and pointed at Shaoqin. However, the man with the surname Deng suddenly discovered that Shaoqin had already closed his eyes at some point in time. Shaoqin's breathing was very weak, showing no signs of waking up. "Junior Brother Dengyan, are you joking?" "I really did not. He clearly opened his eyes earlier and grasped my heart meridian. I swear." Deng Yun found this unbelievable. He pushed Shaoqin hard and said, "Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. Stop." Tang Dan quickly stopped Deng Yun. Then she said sullenly, "Junior Brother Deng, I know that you want to obtain the heavenly fox beast core to break through your bottleneck. However, there is no need to use such despicable means to ruin your reputation." "I'm not. He really wants to kill me." Tang Dan looked at Deng Yun coldly. "I think you are the one who wants to kill him. You still have not explained to me why you are here. Senior brother Deng took the initiative to help us take care of this person. The other two immediately spoke up when they saw that Tang Dan was angry. Dang Yin immediately became speechless, not knowing what to say. Tang Dan glanced indifferently at Deng Yin and said, "There's no need to explain. This will not happen again. If he really did not kill the six-tailed heavenly fox, I will definitely give you a share of the true dragon blood transformation pill that I exchange for the beast core. From now on, I will personally take care of this person." The commotion came to an end. Dang Yin left with an unsightly expression. Tang Dan ordered people to carry Xiao Qin to her tent. Kassier, after entering the tent, the sword in Tang Dan's hand flashed with azure light. She pressed it against Xiao Chen's chest at an extremely fast speed and said coldly, "Stop pretending. I know you are awake." Sword intent encased Xiao Chen's entire body. As she circulated her veritable essence energy, a faint murderous intent flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. If Xiao Qin still did not open his eyes, the sword Qi would mince his entire body into shreds when she swung her sword. Xiao Qin slowly opened his eyes. He did not say anything, only looking at Tang Dan. "Answer whatever I ask." Even though Tang Dan already knew that Xiao Qin had woken up, she still felt somewhat shocked when she saw this scene for herself. During the day, she had checked on Xiao Chen's injuries. They were extremely severe. She would need at least a month to wake up. However, she did not expect Xiao Qin to wake up that very night. "What do you want to ask?" Xiao Chen answered calmly, not showing any panic in his eyes. "Did you kill the six-tailed heavenly fox?" "Yes." Xiao Chen's simple answer startled Tang Dan slightly. After the shock passed, she found it unbelievable. However, what? Tang Dan pressed. "Pu Ci." Just as Tang Dan pressed, Xiao Qin suddenly stood up and allowed the sword to pierce through his chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. Shock flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. Her mind paused for a moment. By the time she startled to her senses, Xiao Qin had already formed the 7-kill seal and placed a finger on her forehead. Xiao Chen's terrifying killing intent immediately strengthened sevenfold. Like a surging flood, it poured into Tang Dan's body. The killing intent filled every corner of Tang Dan's body, instantly restraining her, preventing her from moving. The terrifying killing intent made breathing difficult for Tang Dan, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Qi! Qi!" Xiao Chen let go and stood up. Then he slowly drew his sword and said indifferently, "However, I do not like it when others point their swords at me." Chapter 1872. Every time the sword was drawn, Xiao Chen's complexion paled. Tang Dan, who watched this scene from a close distance, appeared even paler than Xiao Chen's, completely stunned. Whoosh! After a while, the sword in Xiao Chen's hand was completely drawn. Then he casually tossed it to the side. Then he stopped the bleeding, treated his injuries, and moved his body. After doing all that, Xiao Chen looked at Tang Dan, who was restrained by the 7-kill seal. With a thought, Xiao Chen's left hand moved continuously. Then he released the horrifying killing qi that had accumulated in Tang Dan's body. If he did not release it, the 7-kill seal would not be able to suppress it, and Xiao Chen would not be able to control it. At that time, even if Tang Dan did not die, she would be severely injured. Clearly, that was not what Xiao Chen wanted to see, nor was it his goal. Cough! 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 Tang Dan held her chest and coughed intensely. Then, she revealed a horrified gaze as she looked at Xiao Chen. This was the first time she saw such a terrifying person in her life. Xiao Chen's cultivation was clearly not high, but the feeling that he gave off was even more horrifying than when she faced her master. "Why did you not kill me?" Tang Dan looked at Xiao Chen, confusion flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chen found a place to sit down. Then he said calmly, "Although I would have woken up even if you had not appeared, you still saved my life. My demonic pet told me everything that happened, so I definitely would not have killed you. If Tang Dan had not appeared and did not draw in Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he would have been unconscious for another 10 days or so. With the help of external forces, waking up became very simple. After sleeping for a few days, Xiao Chen's injuries had already healed significantly with the help of his bloodline power. His injuries were not as severe as Tang Dan imagined. The recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline was extraordinary in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline, which was even more extraordinary. Second, I have some things to ask you. Let's see if we can make a deal. A wary look flashed in Tang Dan's eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen, I came to the Divine Dragon Empire to meet someone. Even if I told you my second purpose, you would not believe me, so I will not say it. Xiao Chen told the other party the truth, not hiding anything. He continued, let's cut to the chase. I bear you no ill will. Although I killed that six-tailed heavenly fox, I can give you its beast core. I don't need it. Tang Dan's intuition told her that Xiao Chen was not lying. Most importantly, she felt that Xiao Chen had a powerful aura. It made her feel that Xiao Chen had no need to lie to her. What do you want to know? After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Dan reluctantly agreed to Xiao Chen's request. As long as it was not a secret, she could tell Xiao Chen everything she knew. In reality, Tang Dan was just a minor character in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. She did not know any secrets. Tell me about the current situation in the Divine Dragon Empire and how to get to Ancestor Dragon City. On hearing that, Tang Dan revealed a surprised expression. This was not a secret. Basically, every dragon race cultivator knew about it. While Tang Dan found it strange, she organized her thoughts and gave a simple explanation. Xiao Chen listened seriously, not missing a single word. When he heard the end, his expression turned somewhat grave. To think that Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. There was only one sect in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. Interestingly, this sect was also called the Dragon's Gate. One could enter Ancestor Dragon City only by entering the inner sect. Tang Dan was not clear about the inner sect situation. She only knew that entering the inner sect was a supreme honor. As for the outer sect, it was divided into 7 palaces. They were the Golden Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, the Grey Dragon Palace, and the Heaven Dragon Palace. While these 7 outer palaces were called the Outer Sect, in reality, any one of them equaled the strength of a peak rank 6 sect outside. Only those with the 6 colored divine dragons or extremely high-quality true dragon bloodlines could enter the first 6 palaces, rejecting mixed blood dragons. From top to bottom, all the palaces were controlled by nobles with divine dragon bloodlines. As for the Heaven Dragon Palace, while its name sounded nice, in reality, the disciples it took in were all mixed blood dragon bloodlines. The Heaven Dragon Palace had the most people, but the lowest status in the dragon race. The resources they enjoyed were also insufficient. In this nation that valued bloodlines, mixed blood dragon bloodlines were like commoners in a mundane nation. Their statuses were exceptionally awkward. Tang Dan's group was an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They had come out for experiential training under orders. I want to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there any way to clear my identity? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen directly stated his purpose. Tang Dan gave Xiao Chen a strange look and said, "You are overthinking. Just join the Heaven Dragon Palace." Who would go out of their way to investigate a dragon race cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline? These words were somewhat implicit. In other words, Xiao Chen thought too highly of himself. The mixed blood dragon bloodline had a very low presence in the entire Divine Dragon Empire, practically negligible. No one would go out of their way to investigate. Xiao Chen did not mind. He asked softly, "Is there If there is, I can give you a treasure that is no less valuable than the Heavenly Fox's beast core. Seeing how persistent Xiao Qin was, Tang Dan's words sounded very tempting. Tang Dan could not help seriously thinking about it. After a while, she said, "Naturally, there is a way. The Divine Dragon Empire has the most mixed-blood dragon cultivators. It would not be difficult to forge an identity. I want it to be flawless. No matter how you check, you will not be able to find any flaws," Xiao Qin said seriously, emphasizing his tone. Startled by Xiao Qin's stance, Tang Dan clenched her teeth and said, "I guarantee that it will be flawless." "Deal." Whoosh! Right after speaking, Xiao Qin tossed a brocade box to Tang Dan. Inside, it was a spirit herb that he found in the withered leaf city, Lord's Ring. It was more than 10,000 years old and could increase soul energy and strengthen the will of soul. Soul-stabilizing grass. Tang Dan opened the brocade box and her eyes lit up. Then, she revealed a shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Qin to casually toss out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Living in the resource-deprived Heaven Dragon Palace had startled Tang Dan considerably. She could not help feeling even more curious about Xiao Qin's origins. However, since the other party did not say anything, she did not dare to ask. Suddenly, she thought of why Xiao Qin wanted a perfect identity. Entering Ancestor Dragon City. Right, that must be it. After entering the intersect, it would be impossible not to attract attention. One needed a flawless identity. "You!" Tang Dan exclaimed hoarsely, startled by her own thoughts. As she looked at Xiao Qin, she could not help crying out. "It's settled, then. I will stay here with you and recuperate for a period of time." However, Xiao Qin showed no intention of explaining. He lay down and went to sleep, appearing somewhat tyrannical. This fellow. In Tang Dan's eyes, Xiao Qin appeared somewhat shameless. She clenched her teeth and walked out of the tent. After leaving the tent, Tang Dan shook her head and went to where Deng Yun was. At this moment, the incomparably gloomy Deng Yun felt extremely aggrieved. He went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he fail to kill Xiao Qin, but he even got captured in public. What was even more embarrassing was that he was injured by Xiao Qin and couldn't refute. Heavenly Fox Beast Core. Thinking of the Beast Core, Deng Yun clenched his fist, and a trace of deep unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace lacked resources in the first place. As a mixed-blood dragon, the resources that Xiao Qin enjoyed could not compare to those of the 6-colored divine dragons or those true dragon cultivators. Even if they put in the same or even more effort, they might not be able to obtain as much as the disciples of the other 6 palaces. Even the main palace takes care of those true dragon disciples. It was not easy for him to obtain such an opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it slip away just like that. Junior Brother Deng. Just at this moment, Tang Dan suddenly appeared, startling Deng Yun awake, and he hurriedly stood up to welcome her. "Senior Sister Tang, I promise I won't do it again. You don't have to come and warn me again. However, I still have to say that that person is indeed awake. Furthermore, he is extraordinarily strong." When Deng Yun saw Tang Dan, he felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he did not try to explain anything. "I'm not talking to you about that. Take it." Tang Dan stretched out her hand and handed the 6-tailed Heavenly Fox's beast core to Deng Yun. Then she said, "You and I both know that this beast core can be exchanged for a divine dragon grade blood transformation pill. Actually, I can understand why you did this." Deng Yun received the beast core and was stunned. "Senior Sister, I take it. One divine dragon grade blood transformation pill should be able to help you break through the bottleneck and advance to consummation, Star Venerate. In the future, your chances of breaking through to Holy Venerate will increase by 10%. Deng Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. He did not know what to say. Inside Tang Dan's tent, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and entered deep thought. His divine sense had seen everything that had happened. This woman is indeed very charming. No wonder she has such prestige in the team. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get the experiential training team to return willingly with just a few words. At the same time, Xiao Qin felt somewhat shocked. The low status of mixed-blood dragons somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1873. Early the next morning, after Tang Dan's group made some simple preparations, they rode on their savage beasts and continued their journey in the desert. Savage beasts were huge beasts with fiendish demon bloodlines. They moved as fast as they could in the desert. After storing up power, savage beasts could fly for a short period of time, several times faster than fired arrows. Savage beasts were much better than war chariots or spirit boats. The group traveled in silence, not saying much. As for Xiao Qin, he shared a savage beast with Tang Dan. The savage beast had a very wide back. If Xiao Qin did not fear falling, he could even sit cross-legged without any problems. Seeing that Xiao Qin had already woken up, the others occasionally looked at Xiao Qin, feeling exceptionally curious. This white-robed bladesman lying beside the six-tailed heavenly fox was a mystery to them. Tang Dan did not say much about Xiao Qin, which piqued their curiosity. Deng Yin, who was traveling alongside Tang Dan, occasionally glanced at Xiao Qin, feeling somewhat upset. Last night, Deng Yin had learned from Tang Dan that Xiao Qin had killed the six-tailed heavenly fox. He did not believe it at all. However, no matter what, this beast core ended up in his hands. Deng Yin had to properly thank Tang Dan. He had to remember this favor and repay it when he broke through to the Holy Venerate stage in the future. With this thought, Deng Yin decided to let it go. There was no need to lower himself to Xiao Qin's level. Naturally, Xiao Qin could not be bothered with what others thought. He closed his eyes and rested on the savage beast's back, anxiously treating his injuries. Recovering his combat prowess to its peak was the most important thing. The battle with the six-tailed heavenly fox had taught Xiao Qin many of his shortcomings. His movement technique was still not fast enough. He had to perfect his thunder dragon steps quickly and improve it further. His horizons were still too low. After entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, he would see if he could obtain some movement technique manuals to improve his movement technique. When the sun set, a red glow filled the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The setting sun was as beautiful as a sea of fire. The beautiful scenery of the desert made one feel carefree and relaxed. In one day, the savage beasts traveled for 1,000,000 kilometers. If it were a martial artist, it would take more than 3 days to travel such a long distance, and the consumption would be even greater. After 3 days of traveling day and night, Xiao Qin and the others finally walked out of the desert. They arrived in front of a majestic city next to the desert. Perhaps it was due to nature, the dragon race's cities were very tall, much larger than the Yanwu dynasty cities. Tang Dan stated her identity. When one stepped into the Divine Dragon Empire, one would be considered to have officially entered the Divine Dragon Empire. On the streets and alleys, be it ordinary people or martial artists, they all more or less had the dragon race's bloodline. Because of his bloodline, Xiao Qin felt an indescribable sense of closeness as he walked through it. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling in the 4 years he had been in the Great Thousand Domains. After checking into an inn, Tang Dan gave some simple instructions before leaving in a hurry. The group rested on the spot and ordered a table of food and wine in the inn. Xiao Qin sat among them, pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Whenever someone asked him about something, he would casually chat with them. They had been traveling for days, so they did not have time to ask in detail. Now that they had a rare moment of rest, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples traveling with them asked Xiao Qin all the questions they were curious about. Xiao Qin, did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? This was the question that tickled everyone the most. Xiao Qin nodded and said, I guess so. However, I did not do it on my own. I had some luck. Not wanting these people to be too shocked and continue asking questions, Shao Qin could only explain. No wonder. I was wondering how you could kill the six-tailed heavenly fox. However, it is still very difficult. Even if luck played a part, your strength is undeniable. Yes, no matter how lucky I am, it is useless without strength. Such an explanation was acceptable to the crowd, so they stopped asking. Dang Yan's expression turned somewhat unnatural, feeling somewhat upset. Logically speaking, the beast core naturally belonged to whoever killed it. However, the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was in Dang Yan's hands. Dang Yan still did not know that Shao Qin had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Dang Yan still did not know that Shao Qin had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? Dang Yan asked with a sharp expression as he put down his wine cup and looked at Shao Qin. Although there was some luck, it is absolutely true. Shao Qin did not understand why, so he repeatedly emphasized this question. However, he still repeated his answer. The atmosphere seemed somewhat off. Just when the others felt that something bad would happen, Dang Yan took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows. Then he took out a mirror box and placed it on the table. I'm returning it to you. Even without this beast core, I can still break through to wholly venerate. Shao Qin felt surprised. However, he said calmly, take it. I already transferred everything about the six-tailed heavenly fox to you. After Tang Dan returns, she will explain to you that this is a fair transaction. A transaction? Dang Yun looked at Shao Qin with some surprise, not understanding what was going on. Shao Qin did not explain too much, as Tang Dan had already appeared outside. Come with me. Tang Dan's voice projection rang out in Shao Qin's ears. Then he put down his wine cup and left. Only the stunned crowd remained. Whoosh! 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 Tang Dan led Shao Qin around the city for a long time. Finally, they stopped in a desolate alley. My clan has some power and accumulations in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, I know some channels to secretly buy and sell information or fake identities. Tang Dan looked at Shao Qin and said, I already used my clan's connections to create an identity for you. 30 years ago, there was an average-sized Shao clan in the north that got exterminated by underground demons. Right now, you are the sole descendant of that Shao clan that escaped. This is your clan's jade pendant. Keep it well. Shao Qin accepted the jade pendant. He somewhat admired Tang Dan's efficiency. It looked like the clan behind her was not simple. The jade pendant is real. This is the information on that Shao clan. You can take a look. Many thanks. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for Shao Qin to do things in the future. If he wanted to become an inner sect disciple, he would have to stand out and attract attention. It was too difficult not to be investigated. If they found some clues, it would be impossible for them to escape. If something happened and he could not enter Ancestor Dragon City, Shao Chan would have come for nothing. You are too polite. However, I can tell that you are very confident. You seem to think that you will definitely stand out in the Heaven Dragon Palace and obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, I have to remind you not to be careless. Dang Yun and I are just barely at the bottom of the Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not that strong. Shao Qin felt slightly surprised. He had been about to leave, but he stopped and asked, What do you mean? Tang Dan gave Shao Qin a deep look. Then she continued, Above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. Those who can become core disciples are all holy venerates. Furthermore, this is not the strongest in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Above the core disciples are the even stronger heaven-class core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace is not as weak as you think. For it to be an independent palace that rivals a peak rank 6 sect and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, it naturally has its accumulations and terrifying aspects. even if it is just a mixed blood dragon bloodline. With the competition and the many layers of selection, those who can reach the top will not be weak. The empire has more than 1,000 counties. Among the mixed blood dragon bloodlines, there is no lack of large clans with heaven dragon bloodlines. The resources those people obtain from young might not be any less than those with true dragon bloodlines or divine dragon bloodlines. However, due to their bloodlines, they cannot go to the other palaces and can only choose the Heaven Dragon Palace. So take care. Shao Qian thought for a long time. If not for Tang Dan's words, he would indeed have been careless. After all, that young he was also a mixed blood dragon. Many thanks for the reminder. It looks like I did not lose out in this transaction. Goodbye. Shao Qian performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly before turning to leave. When Tang Dan returned to the inn, her junior brothers and sisters surrounded her, asking her about the transaction. Tang Dan felt somewhat helpless. After a long time, she said, "Don't ask too much. This person is different from us." After returning to the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't say that you met this person. Something major will happen to him. It is best to avoid interacting with him. Tang Dan's words completely shocked this group of people, finding it somewhat inconceivable. While they drank and chatted with Shao Qian, they did not sense anything different about Shao Qian. Only Dang Yin recalled that night when Shao Qian suddenly opened his eyes, causing his soul to tremble. He felt that Tang Dan's words were probably true. This Shao Qian was indeed different from them. Chapter 1874. Shao Qian's and Tang Dan's group's destination was the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were going the same way, but on different paths. The path that Shao Qian wanted to take was bound to be filled with difficulties, filled with many obstacles. 2 months later, Shao Qian appeared in the Divine Dragon Empire, in front of an ancient dragon city. The words Heaven Dragon City were written on the city gates. The Tao contained in the words heaven had already advanced to a kind of heavenly might, transcending the limits of the great Tao and reaching an even higher level. As Shao Qian stood below the city gates and looked up, he felt that the sky was boundlessly far away. It was like the sky really was above him. The words heaven exuded might without showing any anger. Aside from Ancestor Dragon City, there were only 7 complete ancient dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. Each of them had at least 1,000,000 years of history. When the Immortal epoch collapsed, all the past civilizations and inheritances had turned to dust. However, some ancient buildings remained. When the Martial epoch rose, people discovered them and passed them on. Now, the 7 Dragons' Gates outer palaces managed the 7 ancient dragon cities in the empire. The one managing the Heaven Dragon City was the Heaven Dragon Palace. The dragon city before Shao Qian was even more ancient and vast than the soaring Dragon Marquisite's county city. Upon entering the city, every street was filled with hidden Taoist rhymes. If one used their soul power to look, they would be able to sense the Taoist rhymes. When he looked with his soul energy, he would discover a bright light invisible to the naked eye, dazzling and dazzling. Boundless dragon chi spread in the sky, already turning solid, turning into thick clouds that encased the entire Heaven Dragon City. There seemed to be mysterious buildings in the purple clouds made of dragon chi. They contained supreme dragon might, aloof, giving people immense pressure. Several buildings on both sides of the streets were made of many inherited Tao tools. The complete Taoist rhymes were interconnected, and under the communication of the internal array formation, they formed a stable Taoist rhyme small world. That was to say, these buildings did not look large. After entering, one would discover a completely different world. Perhaps a building that looked only 100 meters tall might hide a mountain range after entering. Clearly, these were the major clans of the empire, using them as a facade. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary faction to casually use an inherited Tao tool in such a manner. The Heaven Dragon Palace was located at the very center of this ancient dragon city. It was surrounded by mountains that towered into the clouds. Xiao Chen had calculated the time and rushed over. Today was the day when the Heaven Dragon Hall was recruiting disciples. Dragon race cultivators who came to participate in the test crowded outside the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Some were like Xiao Chen, middle stage Star Venerate experts. Of course, there were even more early stage Star Venerate disciples. There were also quite a number of late stage Star Venerates. Such a scene indeed made people sigh. A sixth rank sect was indeed different. In other sects, Star Venerates were already true inheritors. However, everyone here was a Star Venerate. If one were not a Star Venerate, one would not even be qualified to set foot in this mountain, much less enter the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, after thinking about it, this was normal. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire was one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm, a huge faction. As Xiao Chen stood before the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace, he sighed ruefully. If the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, he would be joining the Blue Dragon Palace. How unfortunate! How unfortunate! To think that no one recognized the Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen could only join the Heaven Dragon Palace, which mainly consisted of mixed blood dragons. One day, he would re-establish the Blue Dragon Palace and restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as he swore in his heart. Another year, the Heaven Dragon Palace is recruiting disciples. This time, it seems to be even livelier than before. That is natural. I heard that the slots to enter the inner sect will be decided after 1 year. Many of the clan disciples who do not lack resources have to join the Dragon's Gate's outer palace first if they want to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the gathering place of many dragons. Only there can one come into contact with the core inheritance of the dragon race. However, we can forget about it. Early stage Star Venerates can only become outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Middle stage Star Venerates and late stage Star Venerates can try to join the inner palace. Outside the gates, the place was bustling with discussions. Boom! Just at this moment, an incredibly berserk aura came from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look. They saw 8 horses pulling a war chariot in the north. A youth with a cold expression sat on the war chariot. The youth appeared calm and composed, exuding a terrifying dragon might from his body. That was the aura of a true dragon bloodline. When the true dragon might leaked out slightly, it kicked up a strong wind, deeply shocking the mixed blood dragon bloodline cultivators. That is Fong Tianyi, the Flaming Cloud County's Fong clan's young master. He possesses a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. How terrifying! To think that he is already a holy venerate. With his cultivation, he can probably become a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Core disciple! Tang Dan had said that becoming an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace might seem impressive, but in reality, they were not worth mentioning. In reality, he was not even worth mentioning. Before the core disciples, he had no status at all. Only by becoming a core disciple could one be promoted to a heaven-class core disciple and receive the focus of the Heaven Dragon Palace's nurturing. Outer palace disciple, inner palace disciple, core disciple, heaven-class core disciple. Every step was a hurdle like a sieve. Every hurdle would eliminate 99% of the people. Ordinary people might not be able to become a core disciple even after working hard for their entire lives. If one could directly become a core disciple, it would be like reaching the heavens in one step. The moment Fong Tianyi appeared, he immediately attracted many envious gazes. True dragon bloodline, rich clan disciple, holy venerate cultivation and strong talent. Everything about him was worthy of envy. Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. The scene before him verified Tang Dan's words once again. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not be underestimated. Following the appearance of Fong Tianyi, many disciples of the clans also showed up. As expected, all of them were holy venerates. Clearly, these people were aiming for a core disciple spot. These people did not lack resources in the first place. They were not as desperate as the mixed-blood dragon cultivators to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. All they cared about was the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City at the end of the year. Their goal was the same as Xiao Chen's. The slots were limited. Since everyone wanted to enter, it would be hard to avoid competition, becoming rivals. As these rich clan disciples appeared, the atmosphere slowly changed. These rich clan disciples looked at the other holy venerates with hostile expressions and arrogance in their eyes. Some of these people even had old grudges. If not for entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, they would have already started fighting. Friends who want to join my Heaven Dragon Palace and participate in the Outer Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the left. Those who want to participate in the Inner Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the right. As for... A resonant voice rang out in the hazy purple clouds in the sky. Then, many holy venerates flew down from the sky. These people were the core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were in charge of this test and the guide. As for those who want to be promoted to core disciple, stay where you are. Let me see how many people there are. One of the young cultivators swept his gaze around, inspiring fear in everyone. The many cultivators in front of the mountain gates immediately fell silent. This was a demonic genius who was a peak early stage, holy venerate. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The dense, veritable essence energy in this person's body made him feel as dazzling as the red sun. It was vast, dense, and dense. This person's veritable essence energy had been refined countless times. It was boundlessly strong and incredibly vast. With one look, it was clear that this person was not an ordinary holy venerate. It looked like Tang Dan's warning to Xiao Chen was still somewhat conservative. After coming to the Central Great Realm, Xiao Chen could no longer use the standards of the outside world. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Empire was an elite empire with only dragon race cultivators and no ordinary people. It was simply too easy to produce geniuses and outstanding talents. Furthermore, this Central Great Realm was in the center of the Great Thousand Realms, possessing all the luck. The environment and the level of space here were naturally much higher than that of the outside world. No wonder the people of the other great realms mostly remained unknown when they came to the Central Great Realm, dying with regrets. There were too many geniuses in this place. No wonder Tang Dan revealed an extremely shocked expression when she guessed that Xiao Chen wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Why would Xiao Chen need to disguise himself? He was just a star, venerate, mixed-blood dragon. No one would pay attention to him at all. This person is Yi Qianyin, a grade 6 true dragon bloodline. 10 years ago, he comprehended the sword Great Tao. The most terrifying rumor about him is that he killed 10 evil Tao holy venerates when he was still a star venerate 2 years ago. I heard that as well. I heard that he grew stronger the more he fought. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of star venerate in one go. After that battle, his name spread everywhere, and his luck continued to rise. He ran into many fortuitous encounters, and indeed, he is already on the verge of breaking through to middle stage holy venerate. The scariest thing is that his veritable essence energy is very pure and vast. Who knows how many resources he refined to achieve such an effect? Seeing Yi Qianyin step forward, the many young cultivators preparing to be promoted to core disciple started discussing him. As Yi Qianyin stood on the tall platform, he exuded an overwhelming pride that did not scatter. As he looked around, he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. To think that there are close to 50 of them. This is truly the most in the past. The attraction of Ancestor Dragon City is indeed extraordinary. However, in my Heaven Dragon Palace, not everyone who is a holy venerate is a core disciple." Wait. Suddenly, Yi Qianyin's expression changed slightly. His gaze fell on Xiao Chen as he shouted coldly, "Where did this little mixed-blood dragon come from? Did you not hear what I said? Right after Yi Qianyun spoke, many gazes immediately landed on the white-clad Shao Qin. Among the group of holy venerates, Shao Qin, who was a middle-stage star venerate with no bloodline, was invisible in the first place. Yi Qianyun's cold shout made him stand out. Chapter 1875. I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? If you want to enter the outer hall, go left. If you want to enter the inner hall, go right. Is this not a place for you to stay? Seeing that Shao Qin did not immediately respond, a disciple beside Yi Qianyun scolded him. This disciple was a holy venerate and a core disciple. Naturally, this scolding was very imposing. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely feel fear and trepidation, quickly apologizing and leaving. Shao Qin's expression did not change. He only asked indifferently, "Is there a rule in the sect? Can't a middle stage star venerate take the test to become a core disciple directly?" However, even if there were, Shao Qin would not leave. He had wandered the world for 4 years, risking his life and going through all sorts of dangerous situations. All of this was for the sake of entering Ancestor Dragon City. It was not easy for him to obtain his current cultivation and strength. How could he waste any more time? Shao Qin's goal was clear. He was here to become a core disciple. If others could take the test directly, he could. While it looked like a question, Shao Qin did not lower his tone at all as he faced Yi Qianyun. Yi Qianyun felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Shao Qin was so bold. Where did this fool come from? I say, are you purely here to seek trouble? Yi Qianyun did not say anything. However, the person beside him felt somewhat dissatisfied. He stepped forward, wanting to chase Shao Qin away. Whoosh! That person gently took a step forward. It was unknown what movement technique he used, but he seemed to shrink the ground and miraculously appeared before Shao Qin. That person waved his hand, wanting to lift Shao Qin up and toss him out. Scram! Shao Qin felt slightly angry in his heart. Despite moving later, he arrived first, throwing a punch. Vital qi surged in Shao Qin's body as he instantly brought out the divine dragon war body. The dragon veins and dragon bones in his body crackled. Countless claps of thunder roared, sounding ear-splitting. Shao Qin's qi and blood surged, and his physical body roared like a dragon. When he punched, he brought out 30 cauldron force. Bang! 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 A loud sound erupted. The force contained in Shao Qin's fist seemed to pierce through space, landing on that person's chest first. It looked like the moment Shao Qin extended his fist, that person took the initiative to charge over. Pucci! This person was caught off guard and was struck solidly. Several of the bones in his chest cracked and broke. His entire body was sent flying back. When he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua! The crowd all felt stunned. The might of one punch knocked back a holy venerate. No wonder. It turns out that he also cultivates his physical body. His punch probably has 30 cauldron strength. He hasn't even used his fist technique yet, which is indeed impressive. No wonder he has the confidence to compete for a core disciple. However, that's all there is to it. In the end, my cultivation base is still my weakness. We can still catch everyone off guard, but it's hard to say if we're on guard. That's right. That core disciple was at a disadvantage because he was careless. He didn't even use his quintessence to protect himself. Apart from cultivation, which of the martial artists who came here to participate in the assessment doesn't have a trump card? After the others came to their senses, they commented on Shao Qin's punch just now. In any case, regardless of whether he was careless or careless, Shao Qin's punch had indeed proved that he was qualified to participate in the assessment. After that person suffered a disadvantage, he wanted to continue. However, Yi Qianyun stopped him and sent a voice projection to him. What are you doing? Uncle is watching from up there. Do you still want to embarrass yourself? I Qianyin gave Xiao Qin a deep look. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad. I made an error in judgment. Let me answer your earlier question. Although the sect does not have any hard and fast rules, as the gatekeeper, I still have the authority to ask someone to leave if they are clearly not strong enough. Do you still have any questions?" I Qianyun's aloof attitude elicited disdain from some of the disciples of the large clans who came to take the assessment. Xiao Chen did not answer the other party. He asked indifferently, "Do you still have any questions about my strength?" "Ha ha ha. Well said. I Qianyin, don't flaunt your seniority, putting on airs before us. After today, we will be competitors, fighting for the heaven-class core disciple spots together. You are not much stronger than us." The one who spoke was a youth with an unrestrained sharpness. He had straight eyebrows, wore azure, and held a sword. "Xiao Jinyu." I Qianyun frowned slightly. This person came from the south. His father managed 3 counties, and his clan had deep accumulations. In terms of cultivation resources, Xiao Jinyu's conditions were even better than I Qianyun's. He was not inferior to I Qianyin at all. There were many people with similar statuses, like that Fong Tianyi. These people came here for only one purpose: to use the spots for the Heaven Dragon Palace to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Let's begin. Stop being long-winded. I Qianyin, are you a woman? Fong Tianyi said indifferently with a cold expression from the war chariot. Come with me, then. I Qianyin felt upset in his heart. However, he knew that his cultivation could not suppress this group of rich clan disciples. This small storm ended here. Everyone followed I Qianyin to the main road in the middle, a flight of steps that led to the summit. The Heavenly Dragon Palace's main gate was at the highest point of Heavenly Dragon City. With every step Xiao Qin took, he could get a clearer view of the city below. Walking among them, one would naturally have a feeling of being high above others. As for the left and right sides, there were small paths that were level and smooth, nothing special about them. Senior brother, the people who came to participate in the assessment this time are really arrogant. Forget about those rich and powerful disciples. Never mind those rich clan disciples, but they are just mixed blood, loose cultivators. To think that they dare to climb up to the top and consider everyone else beneath them. One of the Heaven Dragon Palace core disciples that Xiao Chen injured in front said angrily, "That is just a clown. He is nothing. The ones we really need to pay attention to are that Xiao Jinyu, Fong Tianyi, and the others. These rich clan disciples all have significant backgrounds and extraordinary strength. They are all aiming for the heaven-class core disciple position. At that time, they might become Senior Brother Yi's competitors." When I Qianyin heard that, he snorted coldly and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns who have not seen the true world. They are still too inexperienced to compete with me. The Heaven Dragon Palace has stood for so many years. It is not as simple as they think. The so-called rich clans are just frogs in a well in their own territory. I'll just bear with it for now. When I break through to middle stage, Holy Venerate, I can trample them to death at any time. Whoever fights with me for the heaven-class core disciple position will only die." Compared to the other outer palaces, the competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was even more intense and cruel. If mixed blood dragons and true dragon bloodlines wanted to succeed in the Divine Dragon Empire, they would have to pay a much higher price than divine dragon bloodlines. As Xiao Qin walked on the steps, he secretly observed the others. The people who came to take the test this time were all experts. Some of them were exceptionally strong, not even caring about I Qianyin. Although Xiao Qin did not feel any pressure in his heart, he felt a sense of urgency. Now that he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace, he could no longer hide his strength. When it was time to fight, he had to fight. When it was time to establish his might, he had to do so. Otherwise, why would the sect give you resources and give you the heaven-class core disciple position? Without potential or strength, the sect would not do a losing deal. Xiao Qin also felt curious about what method the Heaven Dragon Palace would use to test his group of people. He vaguely sensed that there were too many of them and that there would be very few core disciple positions. Whoosh! Suddenly, the thick fog on the tall mountain scattered. Xiao Qin looked around casually and discovered that his group had already arrived at a plaza without him realizing it. The plaza was paved with divine materials and was incredibly tough. Even a full-powered sword strike from a holy venerate might not leave a mark on it. A person sat on a throne carved with dragon motifs on the tall platform in the center of the plaza. This person exuded the aura of a sovereign. He was the king of people, the third and final stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the sovereign stage. This person did not do anything. He just looked at Xiao Chen's group, and they felt immense pressure. There was a saying in comprehending the Tao and cultivating. First become a human, then become a god. This person before Xiao Chen was already a king of people, reaching the limits of humans. Moving up to the divine vein realm was no longer a matter of humans. One had to forge the physical body into a divine body step by step, in preparation to ignite the divine flame and become a faux god. Why could ordinary people inherit the faux god flame, but not use it or forcibly absorb it? This was because their bodies were still human bodies, not divine bodies. When the divine flame burned, it would not burn the enemy to death, but the body itself. Xiao Chen could only store the divine flame in his body and slowly absorb it after he advanced to the divine vein realm. I am one of the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class elders. You can just address me as Elder Tianyin. I am your chief examiner this time. The old man scanned the crowd and had a rough idea of the situation. Then he said, "There are a total of 3 tests. There are only 10 slots for you all." What? These words shocked everyone. Nearly all of the 50-odd people were holy venerates, and the Heaven Dragon Palace only wanted 10. That was to say, 40 of them would be eliminated. The first stage begins. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Elder Tianyin suddenly threw a palm strike. This palm strike contained the will of soul of a sovereign personage. When this palm strike flew out, mountains howled and seas roared, rumbling endlessly. The sky changed color, and the plaza flickered between bright and dark. A strong wind blew, and different mysterious phenomena appeared before everyone's eyes. Some were majestic and ancient cities. Some were great, desolate, ferocious beasts. Some were colossal dragons holding up the sky, and some were even more shocking. It was a treasure sword that could split the world and break through the primal chaos. Xiao Chen faced a colossal claw that tore through the sky. The claws were sharp, flickering with a strange, cold light. If Xiao Chen were one step slower, his physical body would be torn apart. He would be severely injured on the spot, unable to stand up again. Elder Tianyun's sudden attack caught even Xiao Chen off guard. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the colossal claw was already above his head. There was no time for Xiao Chen to react at all. The might contained in the claw even invaded his body. Break. Xiao Chen's cultivation was not outstanding. However, in terms of combat experience, practically no one in the same generation could defeat him. A melodious saber hum came from Xiao Chen's body almost instinctively, and the saber Dao's great Dao energy spread out. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Chen, and the great Dao energy appeared. Xiao Chen's aura changed, becoming like a powerful treasure saber that shone with a resplendent light and a sharp light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber. The tip of the saber struck the weakest spot of the colossal claw, shattering it. A huge force surged through Xiao Chen's body. He nearly could not endure it and got knocked back. Elder Tianyun's heart could not help but tremble. Furthermore, this was only when Elder Tianyun split his palm strike into 50. If he faced one person alone, Xiao Chen knew that he would not be able to block it at all and would be finished. When the mysterious phenomena vanished, 10-odd people out of the 50 were sent flying and tumbling down the mountain, vomiting blood. Trash! You relied on the clan's resources to raise your cultivation. Such trash cannot even enter the inner palace. Elder Tianyin did not even bother to look at those people. His gaze landed on the crowd. Not bad. You all did not waste the resources that your clans gave you for being able to block my palm strike. Even if you fail the test, I will give you a reserve position above the inner palace disciples. Everyone present withdrew their initial arrogance. As they looked at Elder Tianyin, their expressions were more or less the same as Xiao Chen's. Yi Qianyin smiled coldly at the side. However, when he saw Xiao Chen among them, he could not help a strange expression flashing in his eyes. Continue. Those who can take 10 steps forward will pass the second stage. Chapter 1876. After taking 10 steps, one would be considered to have passed the second stage. Just as everyone felt confused, they heard a sword hum. A blue ring of light radiated from Elder Tianyun's throne. Bang! The ring of light swept out, and an irresistible force knocked everyone, including Xiao Qin, into the air. Kassier! 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 The Tao disc behind Xiao Qin shattered. The other cultivators who comprehended great Tao energy ended up like Xiao Qin. The Tao discs behind them shattered immediately. As for the few who had not comprehended great Tao energy, they immediately fell to their knees and vomited a mouthful of blood. This was the first time Xiao Chen's expression changed. As he looked at Elder Tianyun on the throne, shock flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying Tao might! The person with the strongest Tao might Xiao Chen had seen before was the little monk Yanqin. However, not only did this Elder Tianyun's Tao might surpass the little monk's, but his usage of it was even more proficient, nearly reaching the limits of the Sword Tao's great Tao energy. This Elder Tianyun was not simple. He might even be stronger than the soaring dragon Marquis. His lifespan was at least 1,000 years. The heavy and vast Tao might was like a toy in Elder Tianyun's hand, easily controlling it. It happened to be right in front of Xiao Chen and the others. Not one step more, not one step less. This was an even more horrifying method than the Tao might. Let's begin. Stop wasting time, Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he used his hand to push forward and immediately felt a formless resistance. As Elder Tianyun pushed his hand forward, space rippled like water. It looked like his hand was in water, turning blurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, someone took 3 steps forward. It was Xiao Jinyu, who mocked Yi Qianyin earlier. Xiao Jinyu's body was like a sword as he stood ramrod straight. His aura condensed into a line, turning into the tip of a sword as he stood proudly. This action immediately prompted the hesitant people to step forward, wanting to enter the area where Elder Tianyun's Tao might spread out. At this moment, everyone knew that this Elder Tianyun before them was a major character. This was the time to show off, and no one wanted to be left behind. However, when they actually entered, it was not as simple as they had imagined. They had only taken 2 steps when they were covered in wounds and blood. It was a sword wound. This was the great Tao of the sword. As he advanced forward, his body was constantly being injured by the sword wool. If he were to advance rashly without using his true essence to protect his body, he would probably die here before he even finished 10 steps. Most people had difficulty advancing. However, there were also people like Xiao Jinyu who advanced easily. The Flaming Cloud County's Fang Tianyi, the Qin clan's young master, Qin Yan, and a few others were not willing to fall behind. They brought out all they had and were just short of activating their bloodlines, wanting to surpass Xiao Jinyu. However, Xiao Jinyu was 1 step faster. He did not rush or slow, taking things slow and steady. However, after taking 5 steps, The pressure of the Tao might he faced grew stronger and stronger. With every step he took, the pressure doubled. Xiao Jinyu, who had already taken 7 steps, no longer had the calm expression on his face, turning incredibly grave. Xiao Jinyu's body gave off a resplendent sword light, clashing with the Tao might. It felt like thousands of swords clashing in his surroundings at every moment. Ding! Dang! Dang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out endlessly. At this point, it was already incredibly difficult. Xiao Jinyu did not even dare to move his feet rashly. The others were not much better off than him. After taking 5 steps, no one was in the mood to think about how to show off. They showed grave expressions, only wanting to finish walking. Senior brother Yi, look. That person still has not taken a step. Just at this moment, the core disciple that Xiao Chan injured earlier pointed at Xiao Chen. Yi Qianyin smiled coldly and said, "That's normal. His cultivation is there for all to see. He cannot compare to the others. Even with the advantage of his physical body, he can only take 5 steps at most. If he takes another step, he will die." Haha. He knows his limits and did not act rashly. What are you thinking about? No matter how much you think, you can't possibly break through to the holy venerate stage in an instant. Quickly give up and stop embarrassing yourself here. In reality, it was as they said. Due to Xiao Chen's lower cultivation, there were many drawbacks to advancing in this Tao might. If Xiao Chen activated his blue dragon bloodline, he could easily complete 10 steps. However, Xiao Chen did not want to expose his bloodline power so early. He was thinking of other ways. While everyone else moved, Xiao Chen did not take a step. This immediately attracted many people's attention. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. However, he only glanced at them before ignoring them. The weak were not worth wasting their attention on. While others might be watching the show and laughing at them, Elder Tianyin would not spend time on this. He was currently observing the people doing their best to advance in the Tao might. Elder Tianyin nodded to himself. He discovered several pretty good saplings. Actually, this test purposely increased the difficulty. In the past, as long as one was a holy venerate and could receive 1 palm strike, one could become a core disciple. However, it was different this year. There would be intense competition at the end of the year. The 7 outer palaces would fight for the spots to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the core of the empire, contained the dragon race's ancestral shrine. It contained the most complete dragon race inheritance and the vast accumulations of an empire. There were also great, desolate Aeon remnants and ancient dragon palaces that continued the history of the dragon race, recording the glory of the past. Aside from the peak experts of the dragon race, those who could enter Ancestor Dragon City were the people with outstanding bloodlines of the 6-colored divine dragons. After that was the Dragon's Gates, outer palaces. There would be a chance every 2 years to obtain spots of varying amounts. As long as 1 person from the Heaven Dragon Palace could enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven-class elders would receive great rewards from the dragon race's upper echelon. As a reward for nurturing talents, it was exceptionally tempting. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace would also receive many benefits. Whoosh! However, just as Elder Tianyin focused his attention on Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others, a dreamlike purple saber light containing 2 great Tao energies charged straight out. Pu Ci! The saber light immediately tore a hole in the dense Tao might, revealing a path. However, this path disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The moment the purple saber chi was scattered by the Tao might, it quickly disappeared. However, this instant was already sufficient for Xiao Chen. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen moved like he was flying, taking 10 steps in a row and surpassing several people. Then he landed in front of Xiao Jinyu, who was about to take his 9th step. Just like that, when the Tao might healed, Xiao Chen easily completed the 10 steps. Xiao Chen brought out his divine dragon war body and merged the dragon might with every inch of his flesh, bones, and bones. A heavy dragon might filled his entire body, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Chen resisted the pressure from the Tao might. Damn! How can this be? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The core disciple beside Yi Qinyuan shouted. The disciples still struggling in the Tao might also revealed extremely dissatisfied expressions. Xiao Jinyu's expression was the most interesting. He had clearly been in the lead. Yet Xiao Chen surpassed him so easily. This made Xiao Jinyu's proud heart feel extremely dissatisfied. Boom! Elder Tianyun waved his hand and scattered the Tao might, ending this test prematurely. At the same time, he gently tapped the ground. Apart from the 20 people at the front, the disciples at the back were sent flying one by one. The second test ends here. Those who are still standing have passed the test. Elder Tianyun said softly as he gave Xiao Chen a deep look. This immediately caused an uproar. This was because Xiao Chen was also among these 20 people. I can't accept this. How can he pass the test if he cheats like this? A man who had been sent flying to the ground got up and said with extreme dissatisfaction, "Give me another chance. I can also do what he did." Really? Elder Tianyun gently patted the armrest of his throne, and a strand of sharp sword chi shot out. It shot towards the person who spoke. It seemed like a light strand, but it actually contained an astonishing sword intent. That person didn't even have time to draw his sword halfway before he was sent flying. The inherited Tao tool flew out of his hand, leaving him dumbfounded. This strike of mine is comparable to the saber strike that he sent out earlier. You can't even see it clearly, yet you are not embarrassed to say that you can do it. Go back and practice more. Elder Tianyun impatiently waved his hand. The palm wind contained a strand of sovereign personage will, which sent that stunned person flying. That person landed on the 10-kilometer tall steps and rolled down the mountain. Young man, your saber techniques are pretty good. Elder Tianyun smiled faintly and praised Xiao Chen as his gaze fell on him. This immediately aroused the jealousy of the 20 people present. This was the first time Elder Tianyun praised someone. Furthermore, it was this middle stage, venerate, mixed-blood dragon. How could they be convinced? More importantly, this showed how much Elder Tianyun valued Xiao Chen. In the future, when Xiao Chen entered the sect, he would gain many benefits. Chapter 1877. Senior is too kind. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly in response to Elder Tianyun's praise. Elder Tianyun nodded slightly and did not say anything more. He continued, "Next is the third stage. Once you pass it, you will be a core disciple of my Heaven Dragon Palace. Also, I'll say one more thing. Those who perform well in the third stage can be taken in as disciples by a Heaven-class elder. My Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 10 Heaven-class elders. In terms of status, the Heaven-class elders are second only to the 3 palace masters. Given your experience, I believe there is no need for me to explain what this means. Of course, if you are outstanding enough, it might be possible for you to attract the palace master over." Right after Elder Tianyun spoke, the eyes of Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, Qiu Rongshuan, and the other rich clan disciples lit up. Naturally, they understood what this meant. It meant that they would receive more resources, a higher status, and better guidance than the other core disciples. All of this could be summed up in one sentence: a better future. Elder Tianyun's words made Yi Qinyun and the other older generation core disciples jealous and upset. Most of them had not become disciples of a Heaven-class elder. To think that these people received such treatment the moment they arrived. This was simply unfair. However, there was nothing they could do about it, since Elder Tianyun said that they had no choice but to accept it. The third stage is very simple. You will fight in pairs. The victor will advance to the next 10 slots. As Elder Tianyun spoke, someone presented a jade strip. Then, Elder Tianyun infused some soul energy into it. The information of these people immediately turned into scenes of light before Elder Tianyun's eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace could use the Dragon's Gate's information network. It only needed an instant to obtain everyone's information. The remaining 20 people below the platform rubbed their palms together excitedly as they sat down and prepared. Fighting in actual combat was undoubtedly the most exciting. They possessed the dragon race bloodline and were naturally warlike in the first place. Furthermore, they might gain the attention of a heaven-class elder through this battle and be taken in as a disciple. They needed to fight with all their heart, bringing out their best. First match, Xiao Jinyu against Luo Hao. After checking everyone's information, Elder Tianyun decided on the first match. An empty space immediately appeared in the plaza. Xiao Jinyu and Luo Hao jumped in with a whoosh. Elder Tianyun gently patted his throne, and the formation buried in the plaza activated. Space and time turned illusory. The space where Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Luo were expanded infinitely, turning into a vast, small world. In the eyes of others, the two of them were enveloped by a screen of light. Then the ground beneath their feet rose into the air, forming an arena. Xiao Jinyu, if I defeat you with the momentum of a dark horse, you will not be able to defeat me. I believe he will definitely gain the favor of the heaven-class elder. Luo Hao licked his lips with a fanatical look in his eyes. Dark horse, you're courting death. You want to trample me under your feet to achieve your goals. I'll break your arms and make you pay the price for your arrogance. Xiao Jinyu remained expressionless as he snorted coldly. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling sword light burst out of his body. 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. The sword will rule the country. Hua! Time seemed to speed up for Xiao Jinyu. Time flew by. With the tempering and accumulation of time, the sword light slowly thickened. The sword light on Xiao Jinyu's body actually gave off the aura of an ancient dynasty. When Xiao Jinyu drew his sword, it looked simple and unadorned. However, the entire space rippled like water. The ripples quickly arrived before Luo Hao, causing his expression to change dramatically in horror. Damn it! Why is his sword intent so horrifying? Great, desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant, Luo Hao was forced to activate the true dragon bloodline in his body. Dragon might surged out and blocked the spatial ripples caused by the sword intent. Dang! However, while the mysterious phenomenon caused by the sword intent blocked it, Xiao Jinyu's sword light did not. When Xiao Jinyu thrust his sword over, the heavy sword intent directly exploded on Luo Hao's body. Luo Hao's protective veritable essence, energy, scattered in the air like glass shards. The explosion tore open his flesh, a cruel sight to behold. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strands of sword light flew by, and Xiao Jinyu sheathed his sword. Luo Hao cried out miserably as his arms broke. Scram! With a kick, Xiao Jinyu replaced Luo Hao like a dog. This cruel scene caused several people to tremble involuntarily. However, Elder Tianyun smiled and nodded slightly. That's right, Elder Tianyun. He praised in his heart, not bad. At such a young age, your sword, Great Tao, already reached peak small perfection. With my guidance for a year, you should be able to reach great perfection. Furthermore, your talent in sword techniques is excellent. This 1,000 autumns, lasting 1,000 generations, is a peak Earth ranked sword technique. It has extremely high requirements for comprehension ability. Xiao Jinyu managed to learn its essence and even reach consummation. He is indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu flew out of the arena and happened to land not far from Xiao Chen. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Unfortunately, you were not up there earlier. Clearly, Xiao Jinyu still held a grudge over Xiao Chen surpassing him and obtaining the first rank in the second stage. Xiao Chen remained silent, not replying to the other party. This person's sword technique was indeed terrifying. That earlier sword strike was not his full strength. Next group, Fang Tianyi versus Meng Hao. The Fang clan's young master, who received much attention earlier, also faced an unknown rich clan disciple. Xiao Qin thought to himself, actually, this elder Tianyin already has a quota of 10 people in mind. Based on his arrangements, he will not send the peak disciples against each other. As for those who were clearly stronger than them, they could only pray for themselves. In Elder Tianyin's eyes, these people were just touchstones for the popular candidates, to see how much of their strength they could force out. After a few matches, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Those with grade 5 or higher true dragon bloodlines came from rich, noble clans and were peak small perfection, holy venerates. Without exception, they all faced weaker opponents. They advanced easily. Elder Tianyin purposely did not put them in the same group. Last group, Xiao Chen versus Zhang Yi. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flew onto the arena. That Zhang Yi rejoiced. It looks like you are a sacrificial pawn. To think that Elder Tianyin sent me against a mixed blood dragon like you. Prepare to lose. This Zhang Yi was very excited about not being chosen to fight those rich clan scions. He felt that he could easily suppress Xiao Qin with his holy venerate cultivation. Whoosh! With a thought, Zhang Yi's forehead swelled up and a spot of light flashed out. The holy venerate will surged out, pressing down on Xiao Qin. Although Zhang Yi felt confident, he was very careful, intending to use his holy venerate will to suppress Xiao Qin and secure victory. Zhang Yi brought out his advantage in cultivation to its limits. The holy venerate will surged over and encased Xiao Qin. It immediately felt like invisible shackles placed on Xiao Qin. His movement technique, cultivation, physical body, and every action of his suffered great suppression. Insignificant, star venerate, no matter how heaven-defying your physical body is. You are just a star venerate. Die! Zhang Yi laughed maniacally. When he saw that his holy venerate will completely suppressed Xiao Qin, he flew over. Break! Xiao Qin did not panic. With a cold shout, he activated the divine dragon war body. Xiao Qin immediately merged his dragon might with his physical body. His dragon tendons and dragon bones gave off crackling sounds. His qi and blood surged, and dragon roars rang out from his body. With a gentle tremble, Xiao Qin used the divine dragon war body to shatter Zhang Yi's holy venerate will. Seeing Zhang Yi fly over, Xiao Qin did not give him any time to be shocked. Stars in his soul pool flickered, and many stars appeared in his eyes. An azure-colored dragon roar flashed. Xiao Qin's star venerate will turned around and restrained Zhang Yi. Plop! Zhang Yi landed on the ground and staggered, nearly falling over. This extreme incredulity flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. To think that Xiao Qin's star venerate will was no weaker than his holy venerate will, catching him off guard. By the time Zhang Yi tried to recondense his holy venerate will, Xiao Qin had already pressed forward and unreasonably knocked Zhang Yi into the air with a punch. Bloodline activation. Zhang Yi, who was tumbling in the air, roared ferociously and activated his true dragon bloodline, wanting to reverse the situation. However, Xiao Qin activated the divine dragon war body. His body already contained the might of a blue dragon, so he did not fear Zhang Yi, a true dragon. Xiao Qin's footsteps did not face any obstruction. He continuously punched, one punch after another. Each punch contained 30 cauldron force, and dragon roars rang out, shaking the surroundings. Bang! 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 After 10 punches, Zhang Yi's entire body went limp like a dead dog, falling to the ground. Is that all you have? Xiao Qin found this somewhat boring. However, he had just warmed up and had not drawn his saber yet. Xiao Qin wins. Elder Tian Yun announced the result. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's physical body is this strong. Perhaps I have to reevaluate. Chapter 1878. After defeating Zhang Yi with 10 punches, Xiao Qin successfully obtained the final slot. In this battle, Xiao Qin did not reveal anything. Xiao Qin did not have to put in much effort to catch Zhang Ye's mistake. He used his divine dragon war body and the advantage of his physical body to suppress his opponent. He didn't give Zhang Yi any chance to retaliate. When he activated his true dragon bloodline, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. When Xiao Qin activated his true dragon bloodline, the outcome was already decided. There was no chance to reverse the situation. Although Xiao Qin could not defeat his opponent with one sword strike and chop off his opponent's arms, it was shocking. He could not compare to Feng Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the other noble clan scions who fought brilliantly. However, with his middle-stage star venerate cultivation and the advantage of his physical body, Xiao Qin easily defeated a holy venerate. Similarly, everyone's eyes lit up in shock. A low cultivation was a disadvantage and an advantage at the same time. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple. Xiao Qin, Xiao Jinyu, step forward. Elder Tianyin said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the crowd from his throne. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiao Qin and Xiao Jinyu. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Everyone knew what Elder Tianyin's words meant. Elder Tianyin wanted to choose one of the two to be his disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Qin and Xiao Jinyu moved past the crowd and arrived at the front, facing Elder Tianyin. How hateful! To think that Elder Tianyin chose this Xiao Qin. How am I inferior to this fellow? Although Xiao Qin is not strong now, he has great potential. What Elder Tianyun saw in him is his potential. However, his weakness is also rather obvious. Elder Tianyun is still overestimating Xiao Qin by comparing Xiao Jinyu to him. Of the remaining 8 people, some felt dissatisfied, while others analyzed objectively. The older generation core disciples at the side showed somewhat complicated expressions. Not only did these people directly pass the test and become core disciples, but they also became core disciples. If they were fortunate enough to gain the attention of a heaven-class elder, they would feel even more disappointed. Xiao Jinyu had a radiant smile on his face. He did not hide his sharpness and confidence at all. The two of you exchange one move. Elder Tianyin did not say what would happen after the palm strike. He only said that the two would exchange one move. The two bowed to Elder Tianyin first before bowing to each other. Then they sized each other up. The heavens have granted my wishes. I was a little unhappy just now. Why didn't you fight me? Now I finally have the chance. Xiao Jinyu clearly brooded over Xiao Qin, surpassing him in the second stage. Now he had finally found an opportunity. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. When facing Xiao Jinyu's strong aura, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and easily resolved it. You are really confident. In that case, make your move. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Arrogance comes with a price. Xiao Chen's attitude enraged Xiao Jinyu. He snorted coldly and ferociously thrust the sword in his hand. Just like that, the scabbard was inserted into the floor that was paved with divine materials. Rubble flew up and cracks spread out. The sword intent on his body spread out wantonly, and a terrifying sword wind blew out from his body. Berserk sword! Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu's figure flickered, shocking everyone. His speed was even faster than that sword wind. Jian Feng had clearly flown out first, but in an instant he had appeared in front of Jian Feng. The scabbard stabbed into the floor was empty. At some point in time, the sword was already in Xiao Jinyu's hand. Xiao Jinyu, who was in front of the sword wind, moved later but arrived first. He infused the strong wind containing the boundless sword intent into this sword strike. This sword strike was even more profound than the one Xiao Jinyu executed in the arena earlier. Xiao Jinyu used an exquisite technique to infuse all his aura into this sword strike in one breath, even though he did not store up any power. The rarest thing was that he did not slow down the speed of his sword strike even after achieving such a great momentum. Xiao Jinyu used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the universe. Sharp spirit finger. Xiao Qin remained as calm as before. He circulated his veritable essence energy, vital qi and soul energy, merging them into one and filling his entire body. He forged his body into an unchanging ancient cauldron. Then he waved his hand and caught Xiao Jinyu's sword with 2 fingers. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Qin caught the sword tip, the 3 vast energies in Xiao Chen's body connected to the power of the world and solidified this space. No matter how much force Xiao Jinyu exerted, he could not budge his sword at all. The vast energy formed by the fusion of veritable essence energy, vital qi and soul energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Xiao Chen's physical body endured immense pressure and could crumble at any moment. He needed to pour out this energy. Dang! Xiao Jinyu gently tapped with his finger, and this energy surged out along the sword tip. His entire body trembled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Jinyu's physical body went flying. After he landed, he took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. As Xiao Jinyu held his sword, he felt somewhat at a loss. He did not know what martial technique Xiao Qin executed earlier. "You're merely SOSO." Xiao Chun smiled as he looked at Xiao Jinyu with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jinyu flushed red, feeling dissatisfied. Just as he prepared to attack again, Elder Tianyun raised his hand and stopped the 2. Elder Tianyun said coldly, "I said only 1 move." This junior knows his mistake. Xiao Jinyu startled to his senses and sheathed his sword, quickly apologizing. The place fell silent. Everyone focused their gazes on Xiao Qin. Everyone was still immersed in the miraculous scene from earlier. "Xiao Jinyu, are you willing to take this old man as your master?" "Who knew?" To Elder Tianyun's surprise, his gaze lingered on Xiao Qin for only a second before shifting to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, who startled awake from the shock, was stunned for a moment before saying joyfully, "I would be extremely happy to. Thank you, Master, for granting me this." Xiao Jinyu directly knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of taking a master. This set the others abuzz. They could not understand why Elder Tianyun made such a choice. However, after a while they understood. Bloodline. Xiao Qin had a mixed blood dragon bloodline, and Xiao Jinyu had a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. The difference was too great. After careful consideration, Elder Tianyun made this decision in the end. "Everyone step forward. I will give you the core disciple identity tokens." Fang Tianyi and the other 8 took turns to step forward and receive their identity tokens. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu already recovered his emotions and stood beside Elder Tianyun. However, there was still a shadow on Xiao Jinyu's face. Clearly, the earlier exchange had left a knot in his heart. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiao Chen. Then he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body trembled. In a moment of carelessness, he felt that a trace of his soul had been extracted. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. Elder Tianyun had extracted a trace of the soul of the people before him as well. Xiao Chen needed to infuse his soul into his identity token to forge a unique identity mark that belonged to him. Xiao Chen received his identity token and took a look. The back of it happened to have the words Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. Fortunately, Tang Dan's identity for him was that of a Xiao clan disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to match the information contained in his soul, which would have exposed him. Do you know why I did not choose you? Elder Tianyun asked Shao Qin softly from his throne, not caring about these details. I do not know. There is no need to know. In any case, Senior will definitely regret it. Shao Qin put away his identity token and did not say anything more to Elder Tianyun, simply expressing his opinion. Shao Qin felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, his performance was better than Shao Jinyu's. To think that the other party still chose Shao Jinyu. As for the reason, Shao Qin naturally knew. It was just his bloodline. However, how he chose was up to him. Shao Chun would not blame the other party. Time would prove everything. His words frightened everyone present, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Tianyun felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, Jinyu, if you do not live up to expectations, I will really embarrass myself. Shao Qin, you were disrespectful to my master. My master will not lower himself to your level, but this debt I will get it back from my master. Just you wait, Shao Jinyu said coldly as he looked at Shao Qin. Shao Qin looked at the other party and smiled calmly. Why wait? If you are willing, I can give you this opportunity now. Under Shao Qin's calm gaze, there was a startling pride hidden on his face. Everyone suddenly discovered that this inconspicuous youth did indeed have a tyrannical air that did not belong to a star venerate. If a regular star venerate said this, they would only become a laughingstock, a joke. However, when Shao Qin said this, no one dared to laugh. Invisibly, Shao Qin's aura already affected them. You, Shao Jinyu trembled in anger. However, when he thought of that strange move and looked at Shao Qin's calm expression, he felt that the other party was unfathomable. He did not feel confident of winning at the start, so he hesitated. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Shao Jinyu's reaction, Shao Chun laughed 3 times and turned to leave. Elder Tianyun, do you still think that you chose the right person? Amidst his laughter, he floated away, leaving behind an arrogant and unruly silhouette. Chapter 1879. In an ancient palace hall, dragon chi filled the air like clouds. Smoke spread out, looking ethereal and mysterious. 3 dragon race cultivators whose appearances could not be seen sat on the host seat. Old men with auras similar to Elder Tianyun's sat on the surrounding thrones. The 3 in the center were the Heaven Dragon Palace's core disciples, the 3 palace masters that ordinary Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not normally see. The one seated below was a heaven-class elder like Elder Tianyun. These people had been paying attention to the core disciple test, watching it from start to finish. Not bad. The people taking the test this time are much stronger than the previous one. Nearly all of the 10 chosen can become heaven-class core disciples. Tianyun snatched away the best seedling, Shao Jinyu. However, there are still Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These 2 people are actually not much weaker than Shao Jinyu. I can tell that they are still holding back. Haha, it is right to hold back. This is just the beginning. Only when the competition started later would they be able to truly compete. Aside from bloodline, Shao Jinyu gained Tianyun's acknowledgement with his cultivation of the Sword Dao. Little fellow's cultivation of the Sword Dao is pretty good. He still has a lot of potential to be unearthed. However, there is still a gap between these people and Exan Liluo and Juyin, who are already heaven-class core disciples. I wonder if 1 year will give them a chance to create a miracle. It is hard to say. However, Exan Liluo and Juyin are already too far away. As long as one of these people can rival them, they will be able to bear some pressure in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. That would already surpass our expectations. The few heaven-class elders discussed in soft voices. It seemed like they all had their eyes on the candidates. However, the 3 palace masters in the center did not say anything. Suddenly, the 3rd palace master on the left said, "You all like those true dragon bloodlines. However, I admire this Xiao Chen the most. He does not have any flaws of a mixed blood dragon, given his demeanor and boldness. Even if he is a divine dragon cultivator, everyone will be convinced. A mixed blood dragon bloodline was born lowly. No matter how hard one worked, one would naturally have some flaws in an environment like the divine dragon empire. Inferiority, complex, narrow-mindedness were unavoidable. However, the heaven-class elders did not agree, shaking their heads silently. They were pragmatic and considered reality. There was an objective difference between a mixed blood dragon and a true dragon in terms of talent and bone structure. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying existence with great luck, it would be very difficult to make up for this gap with willpower and so-called grace. Although they also valued Xiao Chen's boldness, if they really had a choice, they wouldn't waste their resources on Xiao Chen. Haha, how rare. Third brother, you have always been proud and arrogant, never accepting disciples. You even rejected people with divine dragon bloodlines. However, let me make a bet with you. Even if you appear personally, this person might not agree to it. The person in the middle, the second palace master on the right, revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The third palace master said unhappily, "What a joke. How about we make a bet? If you lose, I'll personally refine 10 divine dragon grade blood transformation pills for you. If you lose, give me your emerald water spirit root." Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. Deal. The second palace master laughed loudly, looking like his scheme had succeeded. When the heaven-class elders below heard that the third palace master would personally refine pills, their eyes lit up as they looked over. Who knew? When the heaven-class elders looked over, they saw nothing. The third palace master left in a huff. Second brother, it is not right for you to keep bullying third brother like this. The first palace master, who had not spoken for a long time, sighed and said softly. Third brother had a reclusive personality, proud and arrogant. However, there were some things that he did not understand. He could not tell that Xiao Chen was actually the same as him. Third brother felt frustrated and wanted to rely on his own strength to let Elder Tianyan know what regret was. Like the third palace master, Xiao Chen had an innate pride. Even if they went, the result would be the same. The first palace master and the second palace master were both experienced people. With one glance, they figured out what was going on. In reality, the two rather admired Xiao Chen's boldness and strength of character. However, they knew that Xiao Chen could not succeed, so they did not say anything. Only the third palace master, who rarely saw such strength of character, could not help being tempted by Xiao Chen's temperament. I'll give you 3. The divine dragon grade blood transformation pills that third brother refines will definitely be of 9-star quality. That disciple of yours can use them for breaking through his bottleneck. The second palace master said lazily, After the matter is over, give them to Li Luo. The first palace master, who was sighing earlier, said softly before leaving quietly. Second palace master, give us one as well. Although the heaven-class elders did not believe that Xiao Chen would reject the third palace master's request, they saw that the first palace master believed him. They quickly stepped forward, wanting to ask for a medicinal pill to give to their disciples. Haha, go and ask third brother yourselves. The second palace master laughed loudly, and his figure slowly immaterialized, turning blurry before vanishing from the throne. Back at the plaza, Xiao Chen left swiftly, holding his core disciple identity medallion. An administrator led him into the inner palace. Xiao Chen, this is the residence that the Heaven Dragon Palace arranged for you. It's right beside a true dragon's spirit vein. From today onwards, you'll cultivate here. Every month, the sect will give you a stipend, 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. The so-called primeval heavenly pills are medicinal pills refined using spirit jades and natural treasures. You core disciples can be said to have received a lot of resources from the sect. Inner palace disciples only get 100 primeval heavenly pills a month. These primeval heavenly pills can be used not only as medicinal pills, but also as currency in the great thousand realms. The administrator before Xiao Qin had witnessed Xiao Chen's strength at the plaza and was exceptionally respectful to him. When the administrator explained, he was very respectful and detailed. Even the residence that Xiao Qin was assigned to was of superior quality. Naturally, it was much better to be close to a spirit vein than far away. The competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was cruel. Only strength could win the respect of others. Xiao Qin felt extremely satisfied with this. This Heaven Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Purple Flame sect that he had seen before. Right now, this place was very suitable for Xiao Qin to cultivate. Cold Moon Cave. When Xiao Qin saw the name of his residence, he nodded to himself, feeling rather satisfied with this name. The name had a cave, but in reality this residence was an entire mountain range. The mountain range rose and fell, boundlessly vast. The center of the residence was a courtyard among the peaks. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time. Goodbye. After that administrator finished explaining, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After that administrator left, Xiao Qin looked around the entire mountain range. This mountain range was incredibly huge, boundlessly vast, stretching out endlessly. However, compared to the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, it was not worth mentioning. Such a miraculous scene was hard to imagine in the outside world. After all, this Heaven Dragon Palace was located in Heaven Dragon City. Looking from outside the city, who could imagine that the scenery inside would be so profound and eye-opener? The Cold Moon Cave happened to be in the middle of the peaks. Its size was equivalent to a city in the outside world. From the looks of it, an expert purposely moved it away, creating a scene of spiritual energy flowing in. The spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks flowed endlessly into the Cold Moon Cave like a cloud. Spiritual mist spread around the residence. Just taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. As for the bottom of the Cold Moon Cave, there was definitely a formation connected to the spirit vein below the mountain range, allowing the core disciples to use the formation to absorb the spirit vein to cultivate. To be able to use the formation to absorb spirit veins to cultivate was truly a wondrous feat. No wonder so many people fought so hard to become a core disciple. This treatment was simply too luxurious. This true dragon-grade spirit vein is probably connected to at least 100 mountain ranges. Even a spirit vein divided into 100 strands can contain such dense spiritual energy. If one could enjoy it alone, the benefits would be unimaginable. Xiao Qin praised. This was indeed an eye-opener. Tang Dan's words from back then were not false at all. With his identity medallion, Xiao Qin leaped into the air, passed through the many restrictions, and arrived in the residence. Then he let out the demon blood vulture, which he had been holding in for a long time. Then this silly bird spread its wings and flew high into the air. As it looked at the vast residence, it felt incredibly excited. It is really strong. Unfortunately, it is all spiritual energy. If it were demonic qi, I would be full with one breath. I would not even need to eat meat. The demon blood vulture flew around. After its excitement, it felt disappointed. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's sharp eyes discovered an old man walking over from outside. Master, there's an old man who looks like an idiot and is walking over here. He is really foolish. How tiring is it to walk over? How fast can he fly over? Xiao Qin was currently familiarizing himself with the facilities of Cold Moon Cave. When he heard this, he did not pay it much attention. Go over and take a look first. Don't let random people in. I'll come over later. Chapter 1880. To show his sincerity, the third palace master did not fly over directly so as not to appear arrogant. Step by step, he walked over directly. The third palace master also felt frustrated at the second palace master. To think that the third palace master said that he could not succeed. Many dragon race outstanding talents, including those divine dragon bloodline geniuses, wanted to become his disciple. To think that the third palace master could not move a cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline when he personally came out this time. Suddenly, the third palace master frowned slightly. When he looked up, he discovered a large bird flying over. A demon blood vulture. The third palace master smiled faintly and said softly, "This Xiao Chen is rather courteous, sending a demonic pet to receive me. It looks like I'm halfway done. Come down." The third palace master ferociously waved his hand, and an irresistible force pulled the demon blood vulture down. "Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? Who is this old man? Don't step on me." "Ah." The third palace master smiled as he stood on the demon blood vulture and flew towards Cold Moon, cave amid the miserable shrieks. When Xiao Qin, who was looking around, heard the demon blood vulture's shrieks, he showed a suspicious expression. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived outside the courtyard. When the third palace master saw the demon blood vulture descend, his expression did not change. However, his heart trembled. How is this an old man? This is clearly a senior, even more incredible than Elder Tianyin. His cultivation has already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. I cannot make out his strength at all. I did not know that senior was coming, so I did not come out to receive you. I'm really sorry. When facing someone who could easily kill you with one finger, one had to maintain proper etiquette. Haha, I did not expose my identity. It is already very proper of you to send a demonic pet to receive me. There is no need to be so polite. The third palace master walked over with a smile. Then he arrived before Xiao Chen and sized him up. Then he nodded to himself. Xiao Chen's white robes were spotless. He did not show fear when facing an expert, nor did he lose the proper etiquette. Not bad, not bad. The most important thing was Xiao Chen's strength of character. Only after getting close did he realize that he was not faking it. Xiao Chen did indeed have a bearing and boldness that did not belong to a star venerate. The demon blood vulture had long since been frightened silly. It flapped its wings several times but failed to fly. He even fell down a few times, looking awkward and comical. The third palace master frowned and said, "The demon blood vulture is a mutated demonic beast possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious bird. Why is yours a little different?" In the end, he did not say it directly. This bird was a little silly. After thinking for a while, the third palace master said that it was a little different. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. He could not answer, so he could only change the topic. How should I address Senior? What instructions do you have for coming to the Frost Moon Palace? When the third palace master heard that, he cut to the chase and said directly, "This old man is the Heaven Dragon Palace's third palace master. I am in charge of refining medicinal pills and laying formations. This old man has a place in the entire Divine Dragon Empire in these two areas." There was a hint of arrogance and complacency in his words. Xiao Chen was slightly startled in his heart. It was actually the third palace master. His background was indeed frightening. According to Tang Dan, the Heavenly Dragon Palace's 3 palace masters were elusive people who rarely showed themselves. Many of the core disciples of the sect had never seen any of them before, so they were not qualified. This was especially so for this third palace master. As he was in charge of refining medicinal pills, his status was even higher. A martial artist's cultivation was lacking in resources. Medicinal pills were the most important of these resources. If one could form a relationship with this third palace master, the benefits would be indescribable. This old man has never taken in a disciple before. I saw your performance in the dueling plaza today and would like to take you in as a nominal disciple. This great thing suddenly fell into his lap. Xiao Chen felt somewhat stupefied. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, The third palace master felt very cocky. There was nothing that he could not do personally. Who knew? After Xiao Chen startled awake, he said with some difficulty, "Sorry, I do not have any intention of taking a master for now. Although I am interested in the alchemy Dao and the formation Dao, they're not as strong as the martial Dao." The third palace master was immediately stupefied. "I say, little fellow, are you really not going to consider it? I have already thought it through. As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will use the Jade Water Spirit Lotus as a catalyst to refine a blood dragon pill for you to help you raise the quality of your bloodline. Tianyin, I see that your bloodline is low and that you require too many resources. Your future potential is not comparable to a true dragon's bloodline. However, with me, that is not a problem." Xiao Chen said, "Sincerely, many thanks for senior's favor. However, this junior does not have any intention of taking a master for now. Since Elder Tianyun chose Xiao Jinyu, I will use my actions to prove that his choice was wrong. If I borrow the third palace master's strength, he will not be convinced and will think that it is only natural." Although Xiao Chen's mental state was rather high, he was still a proud person. Earlier, at the dueling plaza, Xiao Chen had performed better than Xiao Jinyu in every aspect. However, Elder Tianyun still chose him. It would be a lie to say that Xiao Chen was not angry. However, there was another reason for Xiao Chen to reject the third palace master. This person was ridiculously strong. Xiao Chen was not confident of not exposing his blue dragon bloodline while he was beside the third palace master. If the third palace master saw through him, it would be somewhat troublesome to explain. Even if the third palace master could not recognize his blue dragon bloodline, it would not be good for Xiao Chen to be discovered as a dual cultivator. The third palace master was stunned for a while. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "Indeed, I have never won a bet. Never mind, I will not force you. This is the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Pill Dragon Medallion. With this medallion, you will receive some care in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although you cannot become master and disciple, it is fate that brought us together. But it is fate that brought us together. Goodbye." The third palace master left as quickly as he came. The third palace master smiled faintly and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. He appeared very carefree, not showing any disappointment or anger on his face. However, there was some helplessness and regret on his face. As Xiao Chen held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he felt the third palace master's kindness and love for him. The third palace master's disappointment should not be as easy as he made it out to be. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat guilty. The third palace master did indeed sincerely want to take him in as a disciple. Everything had its pros and cons. Xiao Chen had performed well and revealed his strength. Although he had obtained a good cave abode, he had also successfully attracted the attention of the higher-ups, increasing the risk of being exposed. Even though Xiao Chen was in the Dragon's Gate, he still had to tread on thin ice. While he was wild and unruly, he still had to be cautious and careful. Right now, Xiao Chen needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. As Xiao Chen held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he said softly, "I wonder what benefits this medallion has. It looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion after I come out of the Martial Technique Pavilion." With a casual wave, Xiao Chen stood on the Demon Blood Vulture, which was still in a daze, and flew to the Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chen had thought about it long ago. The first step after entering the Heaven Dragon Palace was to observe the dragon race's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chen already had an idea of how to choose the martial technique. Right now, he just needed to follow the plan and execute it step by step. Xiao Chen sent a strand of his spiritual sense into his core disciple identity token. The environment of the Heaven Dragon Palace's inner palace appeared in his mind, so that he wouldn't be unable to find his way in such a huge mountain gate. Along the way, Xiao Chen passed through many restrictions, riding the Demon Blood Vulture, he attracted the attention of many disciples. Within the sect, only core disciples could ride on spirit beasts and demonic pets. The other disciples did not have this right. After a while, Shao Chun landed in front of a heavily guarded and ancient palace gate. There were many checkpoints with defenses at every step. Shao Chun took out his identity token and successfully entered the Martial Technique Pavilion. The Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion has a total of 6 floors. Outer Palace disciples can only enter the first and second floors. Inner Palace disciples can enter the 3rd floor, and core disciples can enter the 4th floor. Heaven class core disciples can enter the 5th floor. Only those with special permission can enter the 6th floor. You can stay in the Martial Technique Pavilion for no more than 4 hours each time. You can also choose no more than 3 secret manuals. The administrator of the Martial Technique Pavilion was very polite to Shao Chun, who held the core disciple identity token, as he explained everything in detail. Shao Chun nodded and said casually, "Someone bring me in for a tour." The Martial Technique Pavilion was too large. Shao Chun could only stay in there for 2 hours. Without someone familiar with the layout, it would waste a lot of time. Shao Chun did not want to waste time. Right now, what Shao Chun lacked was time. He had to make good use of every moment. What a big show, the gray-clad administrator thought to himself. However, he did not dare to offend Shao Chun. The more powerful a core disciple was, the greater their background. Shao Chun was very respectful. With one look, it was clear that Shao Chun did not have a backer and could ignore him. The gray-clad administrator called someone over and said, "Bring this senior brother around. If he has any questions, answer them immediately." Yes, that person was not very old and had fair skin. He wore long blue robes and smiled respectfully at Shao Chun. "Senior brother, this way, please. I'll bring you to the 4th floor." Chapter 1881. This was convenient. However, this floor was the difference between heaven and man. One sect had 1,000,000 people, while another only had 1,000. This showed how difficult it was to become a core disciple. Deng Yun's mouth was tied up. He could not say anything for a while, unable to express himself. This clearly showed how high his position was. The cultivation technique recorded in the Jade Strip was called Light of Freedom, a pure, lightning-attributed movement technique. The so-called light was pure lightning. It had nothing to do with light-attributed energy. The world was unfair when dragons were leaderless. How could an evil dragon rule the world? Several people took the initiative to walk over and greet Shao Chun, trying to befriend him. When they met again, Shao Chun had become a core disciple. "Wait for me for a while." Even Shao Chun hesitated as he stood in front of the stone wall. After saying that, Shao Chun walked over and nodded to the group. The 1st and 2nd floors were exceptionally bustling. There were people everywhere. If Shao Chun became a core disciple, his authority would be equal to that of an inner sect elder. If Shao Chun did not chat now, he might not have another chance to meet Shao Chun after he turned around. The one who called out to Shao Chun was Deng Yun. When those people saw Shao Chun enter, astonishment flashed in their eyes and they paused for a while. No one had cultivated for the past 1,000 years. Shao Chun entered deep thought. Time was precious. Honestly speaking, there was no need to waste it on this. However, he had not expected it to be so fast. This showed that the competition between the mixed-blood dragon bloodlines in the entire Divine Dragon Empire was exceptionally intense and cruel. The sect rules were strict. If one was not a core disciple, one would not be qualified to enter the 4th floor. This was especially so for Shao Chun. Someone even led the way for him, further confirming his identity. When the blue-clad disciple who went to inform Shao Chun saw him go far away, he quickly gave chase. Supreme Dragon Fist. This reputation was really tyrannical. Deng Yun and the others were all stunned, completely dumbfounded and speechless. It was treason and heresy. After this conversation, Anyone in the inner sect who dared to offend them would have to think twice. It's fine. This way. Xiao Chen! Surprise flashed in Tang Dan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She had already guessed that Xiao Chen would become a core disciple. Turning his head, he saw Tang Dan and Dang Yenda, whom he had met in the desert. Senior brother Xiao, speaking of vital qi cultivation fist techniques, there is a fist technique that seems to be tailor-made for you. He did not understand that the mysteries, horror, and danger hidden in the supreme dragon fist were no weaker than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chen thought to himself and began to move. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Xiao Chen's attention. The Gale Thunder Steps uses the lightning attribute as the main attribute and the wind attribute as the supplementary attribute. When wind and lightning fuse together, it forms a speed even faster than lightning. With a little more explosive power, he could use his movement technique and even use his mysterious phenomenon to attack the enemy. The difficulty lies in the high level of comprehension required. One needs to capture lightning during cultivation, which is rather dangerous. Each of the holes had a layer of restrictive spells, and behind the restrictive spells floated a jade slip. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace had millions of outer palace disciples and millions of inner palace disciples. However, there were no more than 1,000 core disciples. Senior brother Xiao, which zone do you want to go to? The fourth layer has the most comprehensive collection of martial techniques. There are movement techniques, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques. Each category has a subdivision of attributes. Senior brother, tell me about your situation. I can help you save time. Controlling his vital qi and moving around in a straight line was overkill for his 30 cauldron force. Xiao Chen did not mind these people coming over to curry favor with him. However, he could not waste time now. He only nodded slightly and did not say anything. Xiao Chen needed a fist technique to bring out the advantage of his physical body's vital qi. Otherwise, it would not be good to waste his vital qi. Among the group, Dang Yenda was somewhat frightened silly. He remembered that he once wanted to kill Xiao Chen. However, there were several thousand people, and there were many inner palace disciples as well. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Many thanks, Senior Brother Xiao. The consequences of angering a core disciple could be considered to have helped Xiao Chen once again. There were very few people on the fourth floor. Xiao Chen pointed to the fair-skinned disciple and instructed softly, "Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques. Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques that focus on vital qi." When the other inner palace disciples on the third floor saw this scene, they all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Tang Dan and the others, they revealed envious expressions. They actually managed to form a relationship with a core disciple. He did not owe this group of people anything. One heavenly fox beast core and a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. He had already paid enough. Congratulations. In the martial technique pavilion of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, it was indeed rare for one to meet in this martial technique pavilion in the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. The number of cultivators in the outer palace was truly shocking. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and took his leave. Clearly, the blue-clad disciple had heard of Xiao Chen's feat of using 30 cauldron force to crush a holy venerate in 10 punches. Senior brother Xiao, slow down. Xiao Chen scanned the place with his spiritual sense and felt somewhat shocked. This was tailored for mixed-blood dragon bloodlines. Those with other bloodlines could not cultivate it at all. Lightning light evasion, a combination of the light attribute and the lightning attribute. It draws on the 9 heavens, great sun, divine flame. Under the dazzling light of the sun, it resounds like thunder. Lightning light evasion. 5,000 kilometers. Oh, bring me over to take a look. Senior brother Xiao, forgive me for being direct. Right now, everyone knew that there were 10 people among the core disciples who directly advanced to core disciple. The deeds of Xiao Jinyu and the others had already spread in their circle. Should they go and choose? Senior brother Xiao, your soul imprint has already been imprinted on the token. You only need to insert your soul power into it. You just need to send in your soul energy, and you will know the contents of the jade strip. The jade strip only has a general introduction to the cultivation technique. If you like it, take out the jade strip and you can exchange it for a copy of the corresponding secret manual from the administrator. After a while, Xiao Qin looked through 10 odd lightning-attributed movement techniques. Then he chose one of the jade strips. Xiao Qin was arrogant and unruly. Many people admired his boldness. When Xiao Qin reached the 3rd floor, there were fewer people. Only inner palace disciples could enter this place. This was a fist technique created by a mixed-blood dragon cultivator who was extremely dissatisfied with the Divine Dragon Empire's current situation. At this moment, Xiao Qin had just climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. When he turned his head and saw the group, he felt somewhat stunned. Xiao Qin, no. Senior brother Xiao, Deng Yun and the others rejoiced and relaxed, no longer as nervous as they were at first. They quickly thanked Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled but did not explain anything. Xiao Qin needed this light of freedom not to cultivate, but to complete his thunder dragon steps. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair and the evil dragon rules. Who is honored? When luck is not on your side, your life is worth less than paper. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am honored. Soon, the blue-clad disciple brought Xiao Qin to a stone wall. Then he pointed to the highest cave and said, "The fist technique recorded in the jade strip is called the Supreme Dragon Fist. I heard that it was created by a senior who became a supreme heaven dragon. It is comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique, majestic and tyrannical. Unfortunately, my Heaven Dragon Palace has not produced a core disciple who focused on cultivating the physical body for more than 1,000 years already. Many people are tempted by it. However, due to the harsh conditions, they have no choice but to give up." Tang Dan and the others stared blankly at Xiao Qin for a long time, feeling dazed. This group of people is very rude. They are not even calling me senior brother. Senior brother Xiao, do you know them? If you do not, I can help you chase them away. Xiao Qin bluntly said that the other party chose the wrong person in front of Elder Tianyin. Inner palace disciples and core disciples looked like there was only one level of difference. This was especially so for Xiao Qin, who blocked Xiao Jinyu's sword strike with 2 fingers. This was even more shocking. We walk the same path, but walk different paths. This sentence appeared in Tang Dan's mind again. Xiao Qin nodded. This was what he needed. Let's go and look at the lightning-attributed movement technique first. These words filled Xiao Qin's mind, preventing him from thinking about that weak, white-clad youth from the desert 2 months ago. Being a core disciple represented one's identity, status, and power. Clearly, this blue-clad disciple before Xiao Qin did not know much. Xiao Qin said softly, "The few of you don't have to hold a grudge against me. Come over and help me pass on a message. Tell them to stay on this level twice as long as they did before." After a while, Xiao Qin arrived before a stone wall. The ancient stone wall had many holes in it. Seeing that Xiao Qin chose this movement technique, the blue-clad disciple beside Xiao Qin said softly, "This light of freedom is just an inferior grade earth, ranked martial technique. It does not have much potential. Let's switch to a peak grade earth, ranked martial technique." The disciple leading Xiao Qin asked, "Yes, senior brother. If Xiao Qin rashly cultivated this fist technique, it would cause a huge commotion. This fist technique hid a dissatisfaction with the current dragon race orthodoxy. That person was rather tactful. He knew that core disciples represented the sect, so he quickly went to inform Xiao Qin. You are too polite. Aside from needing a cultivator of the physical body, the harsher requirement was probably the tyranny materialized from overwhelming resentment contained in this fist technique. This resentment was too berserk. If one had great boldness, perseverance, and pride to suppress this resentment, one would definitely enter a state of berserking chi deviation. Core disciple. Core disciple. The divine lightning transformation is a pure, lightning-attributed movement technique. One needs a strand of divine lightning to cultivate it. Chapter 1882. Senior Brother, is this fist technique not to your liking? The blue-clad disciple asked softly when he saw Xiao Qin hesitate. Xiao Qin recovered his wits. Let's go with this. With my strength, I should be able to suppress the resentment hidden in this fist. I have already chosen a fist technique and a movement technique. I do not need a saber technique. I also have the divine dragon body tempering art for body tempering. It seems like I do not need the rest for now. Let's choose another secret technique. Secret techniques were normally very difficult to practice. However, once one succeeded, one would immediately have a life-saving killing move. After a while, Xiao Qin arrived before a stone wall. There were 4 words written on the stone wall. Dragon's Gate Secret Technique. Xiao Qin did not rush to choose. He chose slowly and seriously. Firmament's Rage. Using the special characteristics of the dragon race bloodline, one can cultivate the 5 fingers into the indestructible ancient dragon fingers. After that, one can open up one's great Tao energy and infuse the 5 elements into the fingers. With one claw, a colossal hand holding up the sky appears like the firmament is raging. When cultivated to the highest level, one can form a nation by opening one's 5 fingers. All right, this is it. Senior Brother, this is the secret technique of my Heaven Dragon Palace that requires the highest comprehension ability. Right now, in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, only the first palace master has cultivated it to great perfection. The others all have some flaws, unable to cultivate it to great perfection. When the blue-clad disciple saw Xiao Qin choose this secret technique, he frowned slightly and reminded him. At the same time, the blue-clad disciple felt suspicious. This senior brother, Xiao Qin's choice of cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and secret techniques is really strange. For the movement technique, Xiao Qin chose Light of Freedom, which had a low comprehension ability. However, for the secret technique, he chose the magic skill, which had the highest comprehension ability. Since the first palace master can successfully cultivate this cultivation technique, it means that this cultivation technique can be cultivated. Xiao Qin felt strong confidence. High comprehension ability. Xiao Qin wanted to challenge the secret technique with high comprehension ability. He casually chose Light of Freedom because he needed to complete the Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao Qin had already reached the quota of 3 jade strips. He no longer qualified to choose. After returning to the first floor of the Martial Technique Pavilion, Xiao Qin handed the jade strips to the gray-clad administrator to exchange for the corresponding copies. Supreme Dragon Fist? When that administrator saw the jade strip for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he gave Xiao Qin a strange look and muttered to himself. What's wrong? Can't I choose this fist technique? The gray-clad administrator quickly said, That is not the case. In the past, many people chose to cultivate this Supreme Dragon Fist. In the end, they all entered berserking chi deviation and did not end up well. It has already become a forbidden technique, so I have to tell you to choose carefully. Many thanks for the reminder. However, I still want to choose the Supreme Dragon Fist. Since Xiao Qin already made his decision, his heart naturally could not waver. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. Heaven's Wrath? When the gray-clad administrator saw this, he did not say anything more. When he saw Firmament's Rage, he could not help smiling bitterly. Xiao Qin, Your choices are really one stranger than the other. This firmament's rage was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Even geniuses with divine dragon bloodlines would not be able to successfully cultivate it. As for mixed blood dragons, I have never heard of any successful cases. Not only does this secret art have a high requirement for comprehension, but it also has a high requirement for bloodline. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. That's it. Bloodline? Xiao Qin had a divine dragon bloodline to begin with, not a mixed blood dragon. Needless to say, other than the little monk who had a heaven-defying body, Xiao Chen had never seen anyone with a better comprehension ability than him. Core disciples have 3 chances to choose the martial skill pavilion for the first time. However, that's a bit difficult. You'll need a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for them. The Grey Deacon asked one last time, "Are you sure you won't change your decision?" No change. Without saying anything more, the gray-robed administrator took out the corresponding copy of the secret manual and passed it to Xiao Qin. He made the latter swear on his heart demon that he would not teach it to anyone else before allowing him to leave. As the gray-clad administrator looked at Xiao Chen's back, he shook his head. Although you, Xiao Qin, have boundless potential, becoming a core disciple at the Star Venerate realm, you are not a core disciple. However, how could an ordinary person control Firmament's rage and the supreme dragon fist? That was too big of a step. After leaving the martial technique pavilion, Xiao Qin sat on the demon blood vulture and went to the heavenly pill pavilion. When Xiao Qin showed the pill dragon medallion that the third palace master gave him, he was immediately given a grand reception. Even the pavilion master personally came out. The pill dragon token. Only the third palace master is qualified to give it to others. That's right, it was given to me by the third palace master. Xiao Chen retrieved the pill dragon token from the third palace master's hands. Truthfully speaking, he had the intention of using the third palace master's name to obtain benefits for himself. But then again, this was the third palace master's intention in giving him the pill dragon token. Furthermore, there was no such thing as angering the third palace master by doing so. The expression of the heavenly pill pavilion's pavilion master, whose cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, changed slightly. He said respectfully, "So that's how it is. Why are you here?" "I'm here to collect my stipend. I also want to ask how to exchange for primeval heavenly pills." The pavilion master smiled and said, "It's a small matter. I can give you your stipend right now. For such a small matter, there is no need for you to come personally in the future. I'll get someone to deliver it to you." "Many thanks, pavilion master. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, that's easy. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, 500,000 inferior grade spirit jades can be exchanged for 1 primeval heavenly pill. Medial grade spirit jades only require 10,000, and superior grade spirit jades only require 100. Xiao Qin thought for a while. Including the spoils of war from the Holy Venerates, he had close to 200 million medial grade spirit jades and 30,000 superior grade spirit jades. Forget about the superior grade spirit jades. It was not worth it to keep them for himself to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. Of the 200 million medial grade spirit jades, he would keep only 50 million and exchange the rest. After the handover, including his stipend, Xiao Chen obtained a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. That was more than a year's worth of stipend for the other core disciples. It was a vast fortune. After all, many core disciples did not use all the stipend they received for cultivation. They still had to bribe their superiors and buy other cultivation resources for themselves. The stipend could not be completely used for cultivation. However, Xiao Qin was different. He truly lived up to being the disciple that the third palace master fancied. He had an extraordinary background, easily giving out more than 100 million medial grade spirit jades. A regular holy venerate would only be worth this much. However, Xiao Chen was just an insignificant star venerate. Here, this is a gift for you for having the pill dragon medallion. The pavilion master revealed a smile and handed a jade bottle to Xiao Chen. Then he opened it and took a look. There were exactly 2,000 primeval heavenly pills in there, no more, no less. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. The demonic cloud heaven swallowing art required an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. No matter how many primeval heavenly pills he had, he would not find it too much. After walking out of the heavenly pill pavilion, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. It was much more convenient to have someone protecting him in the sect. The third palace master only gave him one pill dragon medallion, and it allowed him to do things very smoothly. Furthermore, there were other benefits. Xiao Chen easily obtained 2 months' worth of stipend from the others. Let's go back to Cold Moon Cave. After this, Xiao Chen should enter closed-door cultivation and consume the benefits that he obtained from this heaven dragon palace. At this moment, Xiao Chen's ambition soared. However, he did not let it get to his head. He followed his plan step by step. Mountains surrounded Cold Moon Cave. The spiritual energy was like an immortal fog. Whoosh! Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a scarlet medicinal pill containing boundless energy and a berserk aura appeared in his palm. This was one of the 8 supreme treasures that Xiao Chen obtained from Xiao Chen's pillar of divine flame. Beast blood pill. The demon blood vulture was stunned. As it looked at this medicinal pill filled with a demonic nature and a berserk aura, it immediately drooled. Master, why did you not take this out earlier? If I swallowed it, I would have advanced to Holy Venerate long ago. The demon blood vulture asked in extreme dissatisfaction, feeling aggrieved. Xiao Chen retorted calmly, "What do you know? Although the cultivation paths of cultivators and ferocious beasts are different, the principles are roughly the same. Instead of properly tempering yourself as a late-stage star venerate, you swallowed this medicinal pill. It would definitely do you more harm than good. After accumulating your strength, you can take advantage of the situation to break through. Only then can you bring out the beast blood pill's effects to the greatest. It will not leave behind any future problems. This is the best for you. Take it." Xiao Chen waved his hand and handed the beast blood pill to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture immediately swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The demon blood vulture's body immediately swelled up. 10,000 beams of scarlet light burst out of its body, illuminating the entire Cold Moon Cave. However, the golden line on the demon blood vulture's tail feathers did not disappear amid the scarlet light. Instead, it looked even more piercing. This strand of golden light vaguely seemed to outshine the scarlet light. When Xiao Chen saw the scene, he nodded slightly. After this closed-door cultivation, his strength would definitely improve significantly. If the demon blood vulture did not improve, it would not be able to keep up with him. Supreme Dragon Fist, 5-finger magic skills, and 17,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen looked forward to digesting all this and seeing how far he could go. Chapter 1883. From Easy to Difficult. Xiao Chen decided to practice Light of Freedom, first to complete his Thunder Dragon Steps. Xiao Chen had created Thunder Dragon Steps himself and did not have a complete sequence. Furthermore, many of the cultivation techniques in the Heaven Dragon Palace had been perfected through the hard work of several generations. Perhaps Xiao Chen could cultivate Thunder Dragon Steps on his own, but he could not make it into a secret manual and pass it down. This was the difference. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to perfect Thunder Dragon Steps. Light of Freedom was a lightning-attributed movement technique. When cultivated to great perfection, one's entire physical body would turn into a flash of electric light. In a few breaths, one could travel 500 kilometers in the clouds. The more profound aspect of this movement technique was the word freedom. Lightning could not be controlled. It was not like wind or other energies. If one specified a direction, lightning could not change directions. Although it was fast, it moved in a straight line. However, light of freedom could be controlled freely within a short distance, allowing one to change directions at will. However, its weakness was rather obvious. One could only turn into a bolt of lightning. When one turned into lightning, one's attacks were extremely limited. Hence, this movement technique was excellent for fleeing and traveling. However, it was limited for killing enemies. Xiao Chen flipped open the secret manual and seriously comprehended it. The Thunder Great Dao's Dao disc silently unfurled. The purple Dao disc gave off a gentle light, flickering slightly as the pages flipped. Xiao Chen did not deliberately control it. Thunderclouds gathered as he comprehended. Occasionally, lightning tore through the sky. Night and day alternated. Day and night alternated as Xiao Chen flipped through the light of freedom secret manual again and again. Xiao Chen's eyes were like stars shining with the light of wisdom. It was like he could pierce through space and time, seeing the scene of the creator of the secret manual cultivating this movement technique. 7 days later, the petrified Xiao Chen closed the secret manual, and the light in his eyes vanished. Xiao Chen withdrew the Dao disc behind him into his body, and the mysterious phenomena around him vanished. The world turned quiet. Whoosh! Without any warning, Xiao Chen's body suddenly turned into motes of electric light, combining into a flash of bright electric light. With a whoosh, the electric light soared to the wall. In the next moment, it turned back into Xiao Chen's physical body. Pucci! After standing still, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, but a faint smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is. It took him 7 days to master a mid-grade earth step cultivation technique. This was his first time using it, so he was slightly unfamiliar with it and ended up injuring himself. When this movement technique transformed into lightning and reassembled itself, there would be a moment of pause. Otherwise, if he were to reassemble it too quickly, he would injure himself. The risk was rather great. This movement technique is really powerful. Only those with the dragon bloodline can cultivate it. If other martial artists want to cultivate without the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, they are simply courting death. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. In the next moment, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed to a mountain peak in the mountain range around Cold Moon Cave. Whoosh! When his body reformed, Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped into the clouds. Hua! Xiao Chen, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly sped up 100 times in the clouds, giving Xiao Chen a thrill that he had never felt before. So fast! Xiao Chen could not help exclaiming after recovering his figure. However, when Xiao Chen checked his veritable essence energy, he could no longer hold back. Inside the 9-star primal core, Xiao Chen had exhausted 1/3 of his primal chaos veritable essence energy in just a few breaths of time. If I do not raise my cultivation, I cannot casually use this movement technique. Xiao Chen thought to himself when he returned to Cold Moon Cave. No wonder the secret manual specifically said that although this cultivation technique was special, it did not have a high combat prowess. It was only suitable for fleeing. However, if Xiao Chen added it to the Thunder Dragon Steps, it would be a perfect combination. Xiao Chen did as he said, not hesitating at all. In the following days, one could see Xiao Chen continuously changing between the two movement techniques in Cold Moon Cave. Sometimes he would turn into lightning and move freely. Sometimes he would ride on a lightning dragon and fly everywhere. However, while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. Xiao Chen failed again and again. Failure, 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 failure. After countless failures, the berserk lightning covered Xiao Chen's physical body with wounds. However, Xiao Chen did not show any intention of giving up. On a certain day after half a month, Boom! A strange bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It fell in a straight line, but when it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly moved along the mountains and rivers. When it was about to reach Cold Moon Cave, this strange bolt of lightning gave off dragon might. Then it turned into a solid-looking lightning dragon. When the lightning dragon landed in the city-sized Cold Moon Cave, it blasted apart a palace hall. Dust filled the air, and crackling lightning flickered in the air. Carefree laughter came from the thick dust cloud. Ha ha ha! I succeeded! I succeeded! The dust cloud scattered. A white-clad person appeared in the rubble. He appeared fatigued, and his entire body was covered in dust. However, that person clenched his fists tightly. Stubbornness and determination flickered in his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. I must become a Heaven-class core disciple. I must obtain the right to go to Ancestor Dragon City. With hard work and perseverance, one would definitely reap rewards. Again, Xiao Chen shouted and shook off the dust on his body. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. This is it. This is it. After turning into a lightning dragon, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. However, he remained frighteningly calm. After turning into a pure lightning dragon, Xiao Chen was no slower than lightning. However, it was easier to control, and its offensive power increased significantly. After successfully merging, Xiao Chen improved rapidly. After another half a month, lightning suddenly appeared in Cold Moon Cave. In the next moment, it turned into a dragon. Immediately, 9 dragons soared into the sky. Bang! 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 Now, the 9 lightning dragons easily broke the peaks of the mountain range and blasted them into pieces. When they landed, the 9 dragons gathered and quickly reformed, revealing Xiao Chen's true body. Success! Xiao Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, he finally succeeded in perfecting Thunder Dragon Steps. After that, he had to follow the framework that he set and cultivate to the peak step by step. Xiao Chen had already spent 2 months perfecting Thunder Dragon Steps. The commotion that he caused in the dueling plaza should have already passed. Xiao Chen did not know that the rich clan disciples who entered at the same time as him should have already made a name for themselves. These people were holy venerates in the first place. After entering this Heaven Dragon Palace, they had great teachers to guide them. After 2 months, they should have improved rapidly and come out of closed-door cultivation. However, that did not matter. These distracting thoughts had nothing to do with Xiao Chen for now. Next, it is time to practice Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and took out the Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Then he seriously read it. Xiao Chen did not think about anything else. The first step in cultivating Firmament's Rage was to temper the 5 fingers, forging them into claws that rivaled those of an ancient divine dragon, invulnerable to swords and spears, fire and water, tempering them to the point that they were like sharp divine weapons. Xiao Chen carefully studied the secret manual, continuously pondering the difficult parts. Many things that ordinary people did not understand or could not understand were solved by Xiao Chen's terrifying comprehension ability. Many stars flickered in Xiao Chen's bright, clear eyes, looking like the light of wisdom. Due to the impure bloodline, mixed-blood dragons find it hard to temper their fingers into dragon claws. Even if they succeed, they will not be strong enough. Hence, mixed-blood dragons cannot cultivate this Firmament's Rage. Forging the 5 fingers into the claws of an ancient divine dragon as hard as divine metal without losing its flexibility is a contradiction in itself. This is a major difficulty. After successfully forming the 5 claws, I still have to infuse my own great Tao energy into them, filling the 5 fingers with spirituality. This depends on the person. If one cultivates the sword Tao, the 5 fingers will be like swords. If one cultivates the saber Tao, the 5 fingers will naturally be like sabers. After that, I still have to find the 5 elements to supplement them: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by circulating the 5 elements can one form a nation. Only then can firmament's rage condense space and bring out its true might. Secret techniques were difficult to practice and cultivate. Difficult, difficult, difficult. This was especially so for firmament's rage. It was even more difficult. What the martial technique pavilion's administrator said was true. Clearly, giving up was not Xiao Chen's style. Xiao Chen had to succeed in cultivating firmament's rage. 7 days later, Xiao Chen worked hard and finally completed the first step. With a thought, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers flickered with azure light, looking hard and sharp. Xiao Chen gently slid his fingers across the floor, covered in divine materials, and left 5 claw marks. Boom! Xiao Chen dug his fingers in and grabbed forcefully, lifting up the entire floorboard. Following that, rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Pieces of the floor, made of divine materials, flew up. The formation in the room instantly broke. Saber energy. Xiao Chen made his 5 fingers like sabers. Each finger needed to contain an overwhelming saber intent. Naturally, one great Tao energy could not satisfy Xiao Chen. He also needed to infuse the thunder Tao into it, creating an even more horrifying might. Due to the divine dragon bloodline and the advantage of his physique, Xiao Chen completed the first step very smoothly. However, the second step was somewhat difficult. Chapter 1884. Xiao Chen possessed 2 great Tao energies, be it the Saber Great Tao or the Thunder Great Tao. They were both great Tao that contained vast energy. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he might blast his palm away. The risk was great. However, since Xiao Chen chose this secret technique, he would not give up so easily. However, before he infused his great Tao, he had to execute this firmament's rage and familiarize himself with this secret technique. Xiao Chen wanted to see how strong this firmament's rage could be after he completed the first step. He also wanted to see if he made any mistakes in his cultivation. After a while, Xiao Chen passed through the underground secret room and arrived at a secret realm in Cold Moon Cave that was used to test martial techniques. This secret realm was modified from the divine nation that a faux god senior of the dragon race left behind. The inheritance and natural treasures in the nation had long since ceased to exist after the passage of time. The Heaven Dragon Palace had cut it into hundreds of pieces and kept them in the cave residences of every core disciple, nourishing them with the underground spirit vein. No matter what kind of damage was done in this secret realm, it could slowly recover. To Xiao Chen, this was an illusory world that was both real and fake. After entering the secret realm, Xiao Chen arrived at a mountain range with a complicated environment. Then he circulated his veritable essence energy and executed the Dragon's Gate secret technique. Boom! The moment the secret technique was executed, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's spirit pool turned into motes of light and spread out from his body. Materialized by firmament's rage, a vast star venerate will soar into the clouds and spread out in the sky. Xiao Chen used his heart to feel. As he circulated the secret technique, he felt that his will of soul bore the vast energy of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon from the great, desolate Aeon. Who dares to endure my rage? An ancient, furious roar resounded in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul. Rage transcended space and time and reached Xiao Chen. Along with rage came vast and horrifying energy. Xiao Chen revealed a strained expression, somewhat unable to endure this energy. Even space trembled slightly. Rage spread out in the world. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body as if he bore the rage of heaven. Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Rage roared endlessly in the depths of his soul. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was to no avail. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only unleash firmament's rage in advance. Bang! With a thought, His 5 fingers immediately became as hard as divine metal, like the claws of an ancient divine dragon. Destroy my wrath! Xiao Qin focused on a majestic peak among the thousands of peaks in the surroundings. It was the peak that caused the rage of the great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon to sway. A huge burning hand immediately appeared in the sky, covering half of the sky above Cold Moon Cave. Xiao Qin felt that he could control the burning palm in the sky. In an instant, the sweat on his face could not conceal his excitement. Even Xiao Qin felt that the power of the giant hand was somewhat terrifying, and he was filled with dread. Without much time to think, Xiao Qin exerted a bit of effort to control the giant hand and held onto the mountain peak. With a gentle tug, Xiao Qin pulled the towering mountain out of the ground just like that. Kacha! When Xiao Qin clenched hard, he easily crushed the mountain peak, turning it into dust. The shock waves of energy spread out, and the many peaks crumbled. The many towering peaks were all destroyed. The scene was so scary that it felt surreal. Only when the shock waves swept over and knocked the stunned Xiao Qin into the air did he startle awake. Cough! 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 The pale Xiao Qin climbed to his feet and coughed a few times. As he looked at the scene of destruction in the distance, he felt somewhat startled. This was truly Firmament's rage. The mountains instantly turned to dust. Only the roar of heaven could do this. In reality, Xiao Qin knew that it was not heaven. The power of this rage came from a certain ancient, great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Firmament's rage was a secret technique that transcended the boundaries of time and space, connecting to this ancestor dragon that existed in the past. It had to be said that the person who created this secret technique was indeed unprecedented. His talent was outstanding and admirable. Right now, what Xiao Qin did not know was that all the Dragon's Gate secret techniques were actually in the ancient dragon race remnants. The Dragon's Gate secret technique found an incomplete secret technique, which was then completed by later generations. It was not created by this person. This is just the first step, and its might is already somewhat terrifyingly strong. The process of controlling it is even more dangerous. If I get careless, I might not be able to suppress that rage and injure myself. I have to become more familiar with it before I can execute it. Otherwise, Xiao Qin stood up and muttered to himself, calmly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his nose. He reached out and gently touched it, discovering blood. Then, he gently swung his hand in the air. A mirror made of veritable essence energy reflected Xiao Qin's pale face, bleeding from his 7 facial orifices. Dizziness assaulted Xiao Qin. He reached up and touched his head. Then he staggered and looked like he would fall over. Kassier! Kassier! Xiao Qin's internal organs shattered, and waves of pain assaulted him. All sorts of repercussions came one after another, nearly taking Xiao Qin's life. At the crucial moment, the ancient blue dragon bloodline surged. Its strong recovery ability stabilized his injuries. Xiao Qin closed his eyes, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. A gentle Buddhist light encased his body. Xiao Qin's feet slowly left the ground. His Buddha nature heart activated the gentle Buddhist might left behind by the Mahesvara Buddha's Sarira in his physical body. Together with the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Qin emptied his mind. As he floated in the air, he felt like he was soaking in water. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. His complexion recovered its rosy color, and he looked much better. Secret techniques were risky. One had to be cautious when cultivating them. Xiao Qin slowly landed on the ground and reflected on himself. He felt that he had been too impatient. Firmament's rage was an extremely dangerous secret technique. Being impatient was a great taboo when cultivating it. Not to mention Firmament's rage, one had to avoid being impatient with any martial technique or cultivation technique. However, Xiao Qin's strong physical body could withstand the backlash of failure in some cultivation techniques negligible. After thinking about it, Xiao Qin no longer rushed to practice Firmament's Rage. I should stabilize my cultivation first. Cultivation is the foundation. When my cultivation improves, it might be easier to execute Firmament's Rage. Earlier, when Xiao Qin executed Firmament's Rage, he had clearly felt strained. In the end, he had still forcefully executed it. Perhaps that was the hidden danger left behind at that time. If Xiao Qin's cultivation increased, it should not be so strenuous. He would be able to execute it more easily. It would also be easier to cultivate the second step. He would not have to bleed from his 7 apertures every time. After leaving the secret realm, Xiao Qin went to Cold Moon Cave's cultivation room. The formation in the cultivation room connected to the underground spirit vein. There was no need for spirit stones. Cultivating in the formation core was much faster than cultivating outside. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged in the formation core, hovering in the air. He used spirit jades to activate the formation. As the formation circulated, the spiritual energy from the true dragon-grade spirit vein underground entered Xiao Qin's body. Boom! The vast spiritual energy was dense and dense, already comparable to medial-grade spirit jades. The quantity was incomparable. Spiritual light radiated from Xiao Qin's body. As he sat cross-legged, he gave off a jade-like glow. Demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art. He shouted in his heart. Then he executed the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art and the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Immediately, it turned into a black hole that sucked in the vast amount of spiritual energy that filled Xiao Qin's body. Carefree, the demonic cloud seed flickered with a black luster, clearly excited. As the demonic cloud seed circulated, spiritual energy poured in endlessly like a spring. Xiao Qin sensed that the demonic cloud seed would change at any moment. It helped Xiao Qin successfully cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art. However, half an hour later, Xiao Qin felt that the demonic cloud seed's appetite was growing. The spiritual energy from the spirit vein could no longer keep up with the rate at which the demonic cloud seed was absorbing it. An irritable emotion came from the demonic cloud seed. Then it would affect his body. Xiao Qin's state of mind was like water. He calmed down a little, alleviating the negative emotions. This was the reason why those who cultivated demonic arts were mostly people with twisted personalities. However, with Xiao Qin's state of mind, he didn't need to worry too much. He could easily resolve it himself. It's time to use the primeval, heavenly pills. Xiao Qin opened his eyes, and a demonic look filled his eyes. With a casual wave, 100 primeval, heavenly pills flew out of his storage ring and floated quietly in front of Xiao Qin. Primeval heavenly pills were refined from spirit jades and natural treasures. They contained vast and pure energy. The main body of the medicinal pill was spirit jades. Hence, one could absorb these primeval heavenly pills without any negative effects. It was not without reason that the great Thousand Realms used them as currency. The demonic cloud seed in Xiao Qin's dantian was already impatient, urging him endlessly. However, Xiao Qin did not panic. He gently opened his mouth and sucked in 10 primeval heavenly pills. Boom! The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered Xiao Qin's mouth. The vast medicinal energy instantly exploded, flooding his body. What pure medicinal energy! Xiao Qin praised in his heart. No wonder these primeval heavenly pills are so precious. They are so expensive to exchange for. They are indeed much better than spirit jades. Even absorbing 1,000 superior grade spirit jades cannot compare to one primeval heavenly pill. The instant the demonic cloud seed absorbed the primeval heavenly pill, it gave off a pleasant feeling. However, Xiao Qin also eased this pleasant feeling. This was a temptation. Demonic Tao cultivators often lost their humanity. They did many heartless and cruel things, yet they still laughed loudly, feeling very pleased. This was the reason why both this pleasant feeling and the earlier irascibility were not desirable. When Shao Qin completely absorbed all 100 primeval heavenly pills, the black demonic cloud seed grew increasingly resplendent. Then it exploded in his body with a boom. Demonic qi spread out from Shao Chen's body, filling the entire cultivation room. Shao Chen succeeded in cultivating the demonic cloud, heaven, swallowing art's first layer. Chapter 1885. When the demonic fog scattered, Shao Chun looked inside with a spiritual sense and discovered the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Aside from the whirlpools of the purple thunder divine incantation and the ice fish divine incantation, there was nothing above his dantian. When Shao Chun looked inside his dantian with a spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a demonic cloud bird in this vast and mysterious space. A great, desolate aeon, ferocious beasts, demonic, might flew around. With just one look, Shao Chen felt fear. The overwhelming demonic might of a great, desolate aeon, ferocious beast inspired some fear in Shao Chen. Fortunately, Shao Chun possessed the great, desolate aeon dragon race bloodline in the first place, so he did not feel fear or submit to that demonic might. If it were anyone else, they might end up enslaved by this cultivation technique, falling into depravity. With a thought, the demonic cloud bird flew out of Shao Chen's dantian and immediately grew larger, merging with his entire physical body. Boom! An overwhelming demonic might surged out of Shao Chen's body. At this moment, his body gave off the aura of a demonic Dao hero. With just a glance, one could feel the overwhelming demonic might, and boundless fear spread in one's heart. Explode! Shao Chun shouted, and the demonic qi veritable essence energy in his body poured out endlessly. The demonic qi veritable essence energy gathered above Shao Chen's head. Immediately, he grasped every tiny movement in the space under the demonic clouds. He felt the demonic clouds encasing him, forming a special field. If he fought with someone and formed demonic clouds, he would have a natural advantage. There should be other uses for it, waiting to be explored slowly. If he cultivated it to the peak, he could reach the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's level. Even after death, the overwhelming demonic clouds could encase 100,000 great peaks, never scattering. Suddenly, Shao Chen thought, I wonder if I can execute my light of freedom in these demonic clouds? If I can, it will be a stroke of genius. When used together, it will be like fish and water. Shao Chen decided not to think about this for now. There were many benefits to cultivating the demonic cloud, heaven, swallowing art's first layer. After breaking through the bottleneck, his stagnant cultivation could finally advance. As Shao Chen pondered, he consumed some primeval heavenly pills to replenish his spiritual energy, veritable essence energy. Perhaps he could cultivate to peak middle stage, star venerate within 1 month. Now that Shao Chen had broken through the bottleneck, as long as he had enough primeval heavenly pills, he could boldly charge forward without worry. After arriving at this Heaven Dragon Palace, aside from entering Ancestor Dragon City, there was no other way to enter this Heaven Dragon Palace. One of the main reasons was that he wanted to quickly increase his strength and let all of his previous accumulations explode. Let's do it! Shao Chen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, this time he circulated the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine incantation to the 11th layer, the amount of spiritual energy he could circulate was not much less than the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. After all, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art was only at the first stage. The cultivation of realms was the most boring, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In 1 month, Shao Chen used a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Shao Chen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. surpassing his original plans and reaching peak consummation, middle stage, star venerate. He was only half a step away from the middle stage. Actually, when Xiao Chen consumed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, he could have broken through to late-stage star venerate. However, he purposely suppressed it. There is no need to take such a big step and spend another 5,000 to stabilize his cultivation and polish his quintessential essence. As an accumulation, it was the best. This is really delightful. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt refreshed. He felt like he had reached an unprecedented peak in all aspects. His current combat prowess was several times stronger than before he entered closed-door cultivation. However, this was also because he had just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve such a great effect when he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the delight, it came from his heart. Xiao Chen spent more than a year's worth of stipends for others in 1 month. If word of this spread, many jaws would drop. After the shock, they would definitely feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Right now, not only did Xiao Chen's cultivation reach peak middle stage star venerate, but his primal chaos veritable essence energy also reached equilibrium. He could bring out the Taiji force field again, which was much better than before. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao Chen entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chen executed Firmament's rage again. This time, he executed it much more easily and smoothly. There were no repercussions. The huge drain did not overdraw on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen still had sufficient primal chaos veritable essence energy, using only 1/5 of it. However, the drain on his soul energy was still somewhat easy to bear. Although his cultivation had increased tremendously, his soul energy had not improved significantly. Only by breaking through to Holy Venerate could his soul energy improve further. After cultivating quietly for 1 month, Xiao Chen's somewhat anxious heart completely calmed down. Now his state of mind was calm and peaceful, like the lake water, calm and at ease. Such a state of mind was very suitable for practicing Firmament's rage. Neither arrogant nor rash, not in a rush, not disturbed by external things. There was an average-sized lake in the city-sized cold moon cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning howled, kicking up splashes and waves. When Xiao Chen appeared and landed on the surface of the lake, the intense splashes slowly subsided without a sound. There was a saying that one's appearance came from the heart. Actually, the environment would change because of the heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He inadvertently affected the waves and splashes caused by the lightning. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cycle throne appeared, and Xiao Chen sat on it. Xiao Chen started to practice the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, the second step of Firmament's rage, merging the great Tao into his palm. This was a process that required patience. Even if Xiao Chen had astonishing comprehension ability and figured out all the difficult parts, he would still fail. If he did not calm his heart, he would still fail. Once he failed, the price would be extremely cruel. His palm would explode. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, although he could regrow a broken limb, it would take time. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, his previous cultivation progress would be wasted. Aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one had been able to practice Firmament's rage to great perfection in the past 1,000 years. There had to be a reason for that. Naturally, the first thing that Xiao Chen needed to condense was the Saber Tao. No matter when, Xiao Chen's attributes as a bladesman always came first. A gentle breeze blew, and the lake water rippled gently. The cycle throne swayed with it. A Tao disc appeared behind Xiao Chen. Then, like a large knife cutting tofu, he controlled the great Tao energy to flow through the meridians in his 5 fingers. He needed to make his 5 fingers like a saber, filled with the Tao and spirituality. As Xiao Chen focused on the meridians in his fingers, he could not stop with his left hand. He needed to continuously form hand seals to circulate Firmament's rage. Splitting his attention between two tasks was extremely taxing on his mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the hand seals on Xiao Chen's left hand stopped. The lake water exploded, sending thousands of water pillars soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen failed. When he infused his great Tao energy, he did not control his strength well, injuring his meridians. He could only rest for a while and recuperate his meridians before trying again. Failure, failure, failure. Xiao Chen failed thousands or tens of thousands of times because he did not control his strength well or did not form the correct hand seals. Or perhaps both of them were prepared, but at the last moment, they failed to cooperate successfully. After repeated failures, Xiao Chen's mind became fatigued, easily becoming irritable, and he tried to force his way through. However, he could not do this forcefully. If he did, the consequences would be dire. This was a kind of torture. However, it was also a kind of tempering of his mental state. Several times, Xiao Chen could not help but give up or erupt. However, he endured it. As he looked at the lake water, he calmed his emotions and continued to work hard. During the past half-month, Xiao Chen had already lost count of how many times he failed. He had tried at least 10,000 times. The wind did not blow the calm lake surface, and the leaves did not cause any ripples. On this tranquil surface, there were turbulent waves and turbulent undercurrents. The eyes of the stubborn white-clad bladesman on the throne were always clear, flickering with a determined light. Boom! On a certain day, Xiao Chen's palm suddenly gave off a bright light, and saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen spread his fingers, and tens of thousands of strands of saber qi surged out. The calm lake water got chopped into countless pieces. The lake water looked like it was solid. Thousands of cracks appeared, but the saber intent could not mend them. I did it. Xiao Chen successfully infused his saber Dao's great Dao energy into his 5 fingers. When the light scattered, a Dao seal appeared on his palm and slowly merged into his bones. After failing several times and succeeding, Xiao Chen only revealed a faint smile on his face. He did not rejoice or get overly excited. There was only the confidence of an expert and the innate pride of a white-clad bladesman. Xiao Chen believed in himself. No matter how many times he failed, he would not doubt his ability. 10 days later, the Thunder Great Dao's Dao seal successfully formed on the back of his hand. With a flip of his hand, it could be a saber or lightning. It is time to come out of closed-door cultivation. After Xiao Chen practiced Firmament's rage to great perfection, he pushed his right hand toward the sky. A huge palm appeared, flickering with lightning and saber light. It looked like he wanted to break the sky with one hand.